invitați, bună dimineața! Vă rugăm respectuos să vă ocupați locurile în sală. În câteva momente începe evenimentul nostru.
Honored President Maesandu, honored Commissioner for Home Affairs Eva Johansson, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, Mr. Minister, Irene Frost, dear guests, welcome to the International Forum on Child Safety Online. Today's event is organized by the Ministry of Internal Affairs in partnership with the International Centrul La Strada. It is funded by the Department of State and by the EU delegation in Moldova. Now, the 2 days of the forum can be watched online and on the Facebook page of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The presence of high officials at this event talks about the importance, crucial importance of today's topic, the child safety online, the need to take over best European practice, as well as identification of the best solutions to fight the online child abuse and exploitation. For a welcoming message on the Child Safety Online Forum, we invite the President of the Republic of Moldova, Maesandu. Honored Commissioner, ambassadors, honored audience, our biggest wish of parents of the society is to know that our children, all of our children, are safe. Children to be safe when they go to school, when they are involved in various activities. We want them to grow healthy and to be protected in all of their interactions, including those from the online space. Digitization brought about immense benefits. However, unfortunately, the threats regarding online are growing. Now, the most dangerous target of these threats are those who are most vulnerable. These are children. Children use internet, various apps, various software programs. We cannot stop them. However, we must help them. We must guide them, understand who they talk to online and what information are they giving to unknown people. They should know that there are security settings and confidentiality, and that it is dangerous to give your private data to anyone and anywhere. We need to give them an opportunity to do other things with pleasure, be it walking outside, socializing, offline, or games and reading. And most importantly, we must do so that they feel safe at all the times, to talk to us, to ask for advice, to tell us what is their concern. Sometimes the risks and the complexity of the online space exceed us, adults. We must acknowledge the speed with which AI is developing is for us, those who at the age of these children just heard about fixed telephone lines. This is so challenging. That's why it is so important not to leave children alone on their path, because we are on a path of redefining the society and social relations in an ever more digitizing world. For many parents, it becomes very tempting to give the devices the role of being an educator and to develop their children. This is the wrong track. Children learn the best from people, and they develop the most harmoniously from interacting with people. Child protection cannot be just a political or governmental objective, but it has to be an ethical and moral imperative that we have to contribute, all of us, parents, society, state institutions, and even structures of international cooperation. We all can protect our children, including those that we don't know, but we see in situations of risk. I remind you that in April 2023, International Central La Strada, in partnership with the General Police Inspectorate of the Republic of Moldova and the ISPs, have launched the hotline where anyone can report anonymously contents from the internet which contain CSAM through online platforms. Well, the high number of cyber tips put on Siguranța.md is concerning, but I have to thank everyone, those who signaled contents that must be taken down for their courage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not my intention to present here a black picture, but I need to point out to the need of some sustained effort, additional effort, which will add to the steps already made to ensure the safety of children online. We are now implementing the national plan for the child safety online for 2024-2026, and in the upcoming months and years, we will transpose the directives and regulations of the EU into our laws. Well, I truly trust that during this forum that starts today, there will be debates, discussions, and exchange of solid best practice which will contribute to this process. I remind you that we have in our national plan of Moldova's joining to the EU for 2024-2027 a number of actions regarding the adoption of the acquis in order to ensure the safety online of the small ones, of the children. Dear citizens, dear parents, European integration means as well a whole network of states that fight together for a better safety of their children. It also means more efficient mechanisms to protect the children. Well, as I said, we need sustained, concerted effort of the whole society. Distinguished guests, to close, I express my acknowledgements to Ms. Johansson, the European Commissioner for Home Affairs, and U.S. State Department of the U.S., who through International Narcotics and Law Enforcement, INL, in Chisinau, have offered the financial support for this event. I also welcome the partnership between the Minister of Internal Affairs and International Central La Strada, who had this initiative and who have dedicated time and effort to ensure its success. I wish you all productive discussions for the best of our children from Moldova and from the entire world. Honored President, thank you so very much. U.S. and the European Union have always been partners of the authorities of the Republic of Moldova in order to implement best practice and strengthen democratic processes in this regard. I invite here Eva Johansson, European Commissioner for Home Affairs.
Our
care suferă de abuz în prezent. Fără ca noi să știm acest lucru. Și devine și mai rău. An după an, la nivel global, companiile de internet anul trecut au trimis 36 de milioane de rapoarte care raportează peste 100 de milioane de imagini și videouri de abuz sexual a copiilor într-un an. Cu un an în urmă a fost 88 de milioane. Devine mai rău pentru că această posibilitate de a trimite videouri și poze online, aceasta există. Doar online pot adulții să pretindă, să spună că sunt copii, să spună că sunt copii și să demenească. Deci ei au nevoie doar de 8 minute pentru a crea o relație cu un copil, așa arată un studiu din Marea Britanie. Doar online, sute de mii de oameni pot să se întâlnească pentru a împărtăși abuzul, cum ar fi Boys Town Network, deci cu 400 de mii de membri. Sunt 10 stadioane de fotbal, pline de oameni. Doar online, oamenii pot să împărtășească, să dea unul altuia fotografii, videouri cu abuz de mii, milioane de ori, milioane și de poze și videouri care arată violuri de copii mici, chiar copii noi născuți. Și știu că acesta e greu să vorbim despre acest lucru, dar trebuie să o facem. De ce infracțiunea sau crima de abuz sexual a copiilor ne umple de oroare? Pentru că ne imaginăm copiii noștri? Sau pentru că nu putem să ne imaginăm pe nimeni care să vrea să facă rău unui copil într-un asemenea mod? Sau este pentru că un copil este
and the adult abuser so powerful, so calculating, and so cynical? There are even pedophile handbooks with tips and tricks on how to manipulate children, how to hunt children, with advice on what kind of language, which kind of sentences should be used to a child, how to get close to a child, with advice on how to leave no DNA when having sexual contact with a child, and how not to leave traces online, with clear instructions on how far you can penetrate a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old girl before they start bleeding. It's hard to imagine, but this is the fact. This exists today. We will put a stop to these pedo handbooks. 2 weeks ago, I proposed a new EU-wide ban as part of strengthening our EU criminal laws on child sexual abuse. These pedophile handbooks will be criminalized all over the European Union. We will also clearly criminalize the so-called synthetic child sexual abuse material, as you also mentioned, President, including deep fakes created by the artificial intelligence. In Spain recently, some teenage boys used artificial intelligence to put faces of teenage girls on naked bodies. The boys were 12 to 14 years old, and the girls between 11 and 17. The boys then shared the videos online and via WhatsApp. And this also shows that the technique is actually available for everybody. It's possible to use for children. And the same is starting to happen all over Europe. And if you think this is bad, it gets worse. Pedophiles are using AI to make pictures and videos of rapes of babies and toddlers. Last year, the Internet Watch Foundation found 3,000 images of child sexual abuse created by AI in 1 month only. Of these, more than 500 were the worst kind, rapes and torture of children. Deep fake is not the right word. The rapes are real. The AI is trained on existing pictures of real rapes of real small children to create new pictures of rapes. New pictures of rapes of existing victims, or adding new faces of existing people. This is not chat GPT, it's rape GPT. And it's only just beginning. And we must put a stop to it before it spirals out of control. Because we know pedophiles who watch rapes sooner or later want to commit rapes in the offline world. Finnish research shows nearly 50% of people who watch child sexual abuse online sought contact with the child directly afterwards. There is also the danger that police will be flooded with pictures of fake children and unable to rescue the real children, because the pictures are already so real. And we also need to protect the survivors of abuse. Imagine a video of your rape is shared online. It's the worst moment of your life, and now on top of that, your body is being used to make endless amounts of new videos. It's trauma upon trauma. And the survivors I meet are so inspiring. They are so brave to come forward. And it's heartbreaking that after they speak out, often the criminals go unpunished because the crime has expired. Nanou from France was 18 months old when 3 priests started to sexually abuse her. Every day she lived in fear of the perpetrators' visits. They continued for 13 years. They raped her hundreds of times before she escaped. And years later, when she finally was strong enough to bear witness, it was too late, even though one of the priests still was alive, because the statute of limitations. In the new EU legislation that I have proposed, we are making sure that the statute of limitations starts running only when the child reaches the age of majority, usually 18, and lasts for a long time, 20 or 30 years, so that when a person finally dares to speak out, perpetrators can be prosecuted. So we are updating our EU criminal law to prevent abuse, support victims, and prosecute perpetrators. And Moldova is also stepping up. Just this morning, I was at the launch together with the Minister Efros, with the launch of the EU for Security Moldova project, which includes a cyber lab to help digital investigations into real crimes like child sexual abuse. Police need the right forensic tools to access digital evidence, to access devices. And I applaud the efforts by Moldova in recent years to improve its laws against child sexual abuse, to help victims and to increase penalties. But to help victims, we need to find them first. To punish perpetrators, we need to catch them first. Awareness rising is good, but it's not enough. A baby who is being raped cannot phone a helpline. That's why this is a hidden crime, a silent crime. 75% of the victims know their abuser is someone close, a family member, a neighbor, a priest, a football coach. They abuse children behind closed doors, away from the eyes. They commit the abuse offline, but they share the abuse online in completely ordinary messaging apps that we all use every day. In 2022, 8,000 reports of child sexual abuse only here in Moldova. In the European Union, more than 1.5 million reports of child sexual abuse, containing more than 5 million videos and pictures of grooming and child sexual abuse. These reports are essential. They help to identify thousands of children every year. This detection is only allowed in the European Union if there is a specific law in place. Otherwise, it's forbidden. 2 years ago, I proposed such a law to make it mandatory for messaging services to prevent child sexual abuse on their system, to take mitigating measures, but if this is not enough, also the obligation to detect it, to report it, and to remove it. And negotiations on this proposal is still ongoing in the European Union. I'm very glad to be here with you today. I feel I'm very much among friends, my Moldovan friends, and friends and allies in the fight against child sexual abuse. A case that I have put on the top of my agenda since the very start of my mandate, and I know it's also on the top of your agenda. It's not always easy to talk about this, but it's necessary that we do it. Thank you for all your efforts. A child has no power, but we have. We have power as adults, as politicians. We do have power. So let's use that power to end child sexual abuse. Thank you.
Stimată doamnă comisar european,
Dear Mrs. Commissar, thank you very much for your message of the presence in the Republic of Moldova. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, the Ambassador of the US, King Blockstrom. Hello, dear President Sandu, dear Ambassador Mozeks, dear European Commissar Johansson, dear Minister Foss, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the Minister for the organization of the first forum on online safety of children in Moldova, as well as to all the participants for their presence. I am honored to participate in this event, and I am looking forward to the discussions and the most important, the results that are going to follow. The United States are a close partner and active one of the Republic of Moldova and of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the effort to reform related to the online abuse. This action is carried out via the La Strada Center, which is implementing the project on strengthening the capacity of the Republic of Moldova to address sexual abuse and exploitation of children online, financed by the State Department. This effort is another example of a partnership between us, a strong partnership for a more democratic Republic of Moldova, more prosperous Moldova, and safer Moldova. The young people are the driving force of the digital connectivity globally. Thanks to this fact, children do have opportunities without precedent to communicate and to learn, like also different sources of information. But along with this opportunity, we have also the risk of exploitation and abuse online. By means of this forum, we are going to become more informed about the risks, and we're going to identify together practices appropriate to increase safety online for children. Artificial intelligence has the potential to improve the life of people, as well as to contribute to the solution of one of the biggest challenges in the world. And this new technology brings also risks, potential risks, including production of fake learning systems, automated one that can influence the situation and have as a consequence affecting the child safety online. Artificial intelligence can be there for decades, and we shall join our efforts in order to work together to harness to the maximum the benefits of artificial intelligence by reducing at the same time the risks, including in what regards online safety of children. For these effective strategies aiming at combating sexual exploitation of children online. For this to be successful, we need to have a collective approach based on cooperation with our partners that are present here today. We are supporting the Republic of Moldova, helping them to find ways of protecting better children against these risks that exist in the online environment, and to provide for actions that would support these efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Your Excellency. And now I would like to give the floor to the Minister of the Internal Affairs, Mr. Adrian Iefros. Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to respectfully welcome you here together with the team of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, being honored of your presence and interest for this international forum in which we are trying together to improve the practices aiming at stopping abuses against children online. Dear President of the Republic of Moldova, dear Commissar, dear Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, senators, members of the Parliament, ambassadors, international partners, experts from the state institutions and NGOs, dear citizens. I'm very much impressed that in this conference you all came present on duty like a real army ready to fight for the protection and defense against the dangers that threaten our children online. Your interest confirms repeatedly that protection of children is the main concern of the authorities in the whole world. On a daily basis, we are advancing in an environment that is more and more hostile, where internet is trapping children and abuses children in ways that we were not even imagining several years ago. The technology is evolving, and we are obliged to develop and to be able to combat this along with the technologies. Because in 2000, in the European Union, along the implementation of the European strategy on better internet, there have been established reporting mechanisms on reporting sexual abuse materials. Unfortunately, the Republic of Moldova started relatively late to align its standards with the international ones in relation to the protection against sexual abuse of children online, because the communication and the internet were poor in the past, gaining more space in the recent years by spreading a bigger and getting a bigger number of users recently. Along with the explosion of the use of internet, the National Police has recorded only in 2023 an increase of the share of sexual abuse crimes that are taking place online. Hence, out of 416 criminal cases registered at the national level, 72 of these criminal cases, representing 17% of offenses, have been committed by using informational technologies, a phenomenon which is growing or grew by 4% compared to 2022. So the Republic of Moldova is now is one of the 10 countries in the world that is hosting this kind of materials of sexual abuse against children, which shows the migration of some criminal elements from some European countries to the Republic of Moldova, being favored by the deficient legal framework which allows this and the obligations to report and remove the materials from the internet. The Republic of Moldova, in order to be able to respond to these challenges, has created and operationalized the National Service for reporting these sexual abuse materials against children, which is managed by the International Center La Strada in partnership with the General Police Inspectorate. This service has been developed with the support of the U.S. Embassy in the Republic of Moldova, and for this we are really very grateful to the Ambassador Kent Longstrom for the unconditional support and constant support that you personally are providing to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And also in 2023, our country became member of the global network InHop, a network that brings together 52 services, reporting services from the whole world. Joining this mechanism is an indicator of aligning the national practices to the international ones, referring to the services sexual abuse reporting ones, which provide for a common platform for reporting, analysis, notification, and most important, of removing the illegal materials from internet. In order to prove the usefulness of this mechanism, I would like to bring to your attention some statistical data. Only in the 9 months since the launch of this reporting mechanism, there have been received 2,193 notifications, of which 2,176 have been sent to the hosting companies for this to be removed from the online. So we managed to remove over 60,000 materials containing photo and video with the children, explicit sexual abuse images from internet. In these materials, 9 of 10 children were of the age below 13 years. In 7 cases, children had the age below 2 years of age, and in 12 cases, the images were generated by artificial intelligence. The operationalization of this mechanism represents an important step on the agenda of the Minister of Internal Affairs for the implementation of the roadmap in the field of internal affairs following obtaining the status of candidate country and launching the negotiations for European Union integration. By this cooperation mechanism, the Ministry of Internal Affairs aims at connecting the national strategy in the field of internal affairs with the vision of the European Union with regard to fight against organized crime related to sexual exploitation of children. So the mechanism sets new prerogatives and development directions for the period 2024-2026. And in particular, this is about development of interinstitutional cooperation with a view to increasing the protection of children against abuse and sexual exploitation online, and secondly, enhance the capacity of response and, most importantly, of identification of the offenders. The conference of today is an example of interinstitutional cooperation and common commitment along with the international partners and the NGOs that have the same common goal: to stop sexual abuse against children online. At the same time, in what regards the legislative area, in addition to the ratification of multiple treaties, international ones like, for example, the Budapest Convention and the Lanzarote Convention, our specialists, together with the ones from the justice, are working together in order to eliminate some barriers and gaps in the legislation of the Republic of Moldova, in the criminal code or criminal procedure code, as well as in the law on the services of information society that hinder the identification of offenders and bringing them to immediate criminal liability. In addressing these gaps, there have been developed draft laws that are examined as part of more working groups. Already from January 2024, amendments to the criminal procedure code entered into force that are supporting the special investigative activity, including on cases of online abuse against children. More exactly, we are speaking about informatic searches on the information storage devices using remotely, and also the procedure of collecting evidence in cases of use of storage spaces that are located far away or even abroad. And here I'm referring to the cloud, remote servers, technologies, or hosting different services. There is a lot to say here and to debate with regard to strengthening the fight with a view to protecting our children. The conference that we are launching today is a tribune for debates for the whole world, where we are going to follow the developments and world trends in what regards sexual abuse against children within the 6 panels that are going to be organized in these 2 days. Thank you very much for being all here together in this fight against these dangers online for our children that are affecting our future generation. So we will prove that together we are stronger, and only together we can better defend our future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Adrian Yafros, dear guests, the official part of our event is over, but not before inviting you for a family picture at the banner on your right. Our colleagues from the La Strada Center are going to present to you the exhibition Online Safety via the Eyes of Children. And we're speaking about a drawing exhibition made by children of secondary school from the whole country, which reveals the way in which they see safety in the virtual environment.
Reprezentanții mass media sunt invitați în sala tehnologii, acolo
4. Doi, 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 1, 2.
Sound check. Sound check.
2. Probă.
Stimați invitați, vă rugăm să vă ocupați locurile în sală. În scurt timp începe primul panel de discuții la subiectul Siguranța online a copiilor.
Sound check, 1, 2.
Dacă a fost rezolvată partea tehnică, stimați oaspeți, vă spun bine ați venit la primul panel de discuții din cadrul Forumului Internațional.
So here you are at the first panel of today of the International Forum Child Safety Online, and our panel is called Legal Perspective, Best Practice and Priority Actions for Advance in Response towards the Online Sexual Abuse and Exploitation. And here we are planning to discuss the priorities of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova in the field of online safety of children, the experience of Romania, as well as the national legal initiatives aiming at improving the national response to online sexual abuse and exploitation. And the moderator of this panel will be the State Secretary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Mrs. Daniela Misail Nikitin. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, Mrs. Senator, Mr. Member of the Parliament, and Mrs. Minister. I'm really glad for us to address such a complex topic in this first panel because the technologies, including the artificial intelligence, brings us lots of benefits, and at the same time, these benefits have the other side of the coin, which are the risks associated with the abuse and exploitation. And when we speak about children, these are the first and most active consumers of technologies, and we as adults shall take care of and undertake all the efforts necessary, as well as harness all the tools we have at hand, so that those lives, parallel lives, in offline and online, become a single one, equally well regulated, that would ensure a favorable environment, beneficial for the growth and development of children, as well as for us to have effective tools to combat, to fight against this phenomenon. And I'm referring here, first of all, to tools important to identify as early as possible the offenders, to remove this content related to sexual abuse and exploitation of children online, and to reduce the victimization of this. The most recent study carried out in Europe with regard to the risks that children are subject to in the online environment indicate the fact that 1 of 5 children, 1 in 5, has received during the last 12 months materials with sexual character. The age of these children is between 12 and 16. And 1 in 3 children did meet unknown people in the virtual world with whom they met afterwards in their real life. And in this context, considering the vulnerabilities of children, it is very important to have also measures, or to start, in fact, with legislative measures, with that regulatory framework that ensures the protection of children on the one hand, as well as criminal liability of the offenders. The National Plan on Accession to the European Union for 2024-2027 provides for more measures related to the alignment of the national legislation with the EU directives, and this is what, or these aspects, including the best practices from the European Union, in particular from Romania, we would discuss with Mrs. Nicoleta Pauluc, who is the senator for the second mandate, the president of the Committee for Defense, Public Order and National Security of the Romanian Senate, and she is in fact also the first woman exercising this role of president of this committee. The second invitee for today is the president of the Committee for National Security, Defense and Public Order from the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Lilian Carp. And Mr. Carp has initiated and promoted more legislative initiative that did contribute to a better insurance of public order and national security in the Republic of Moldova. And the third invitee for today for this panel is Veronica Mihailov Moraru, Minister of Justice of the Republic of Moldova. Mrs. Minister has over 20 years of experience in the field of judicial expertise. As a lawyer, she did represent multiple interests of the victims and promoted at the level of strategic litigation aspects that refer to the promotion of human rights. And as a minister, she, or the Ministry of Justice, in fact, is promoting more amendments that are coming to ensure those European standards in line with the European legislation when we speak about the criminal code, criminal procedure code. We will start from the experience of Romania. So, Mrs. Senator, thank you very much for your openness that you have and for the support you provide us every time when you come to Chisinau. And in 2023, you have had a project that aims at better protection or some measures that ensure a safe online environment for children. Tell us, please, what was the need for such a project in Romania, a EU member state with more European directives already implemented in the country, and what are the expectations from this law from the point of view of its further implementation? Let me speak from here. I believe it's better for a lawyer to speak. Usually lawyers prefer to speak standing because in this case it seems like the message is fairer or more accurate. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to welcome you also. I came here today at this event being accompanied by my colleagues from the Committee on Public Order, National Security and Defense at the invitation of the Minister of Internal Affairs and our colleague, the head of the Defense Committee from the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, whom we want to thank because it's true that the exchange of best practices, I believe, final result would be the best solution that we need to identify and implement together in order to have what you said earlier, child safety online. So once again, thank you very much for the invitation that you sent me and the possibility to speak about the way in which we can protect our children online and to share with you from my experience in Romania in the last half a year since we launched for public debates a draft law in this sense. So before getting into the core of the problem or of the issue, let me tell you that I'm really happy to be again here in Chisinau. In the last years, I was trying to come at least 2 times per year here in one of the most coquette and personality future European capital. I'm telling you what I see and feel. Things are moving correctly in the right direction in the Republic of Moldova, and we see changes to the better. I'm convinced that this is going to be confirmed also during the elections this year, and that your country is going to continue even with stronger efforts on the European path, which is the best path towards democracy, rule of law, and maybe most important, towards prosperity. Getting back to the topic, to the central topic of our forum today, child safety online, I would say that I have a bad piece of news and a good one. I will start from the bad one. That, and in particular, that online there are dangers at every corner, and that despite the institutional efforts undertaken by very many developed countries, the risks were not eliminated. And that's because we are present, we are part of a dilemma which is very difficult to neglect. This is freedom of expression as well as safety in the real life as well as in the virtual life. In a century where we have thousands of rivers of fake news and it's almost in the mainstream, such a Gordian knot, this is really difficult to cut. Moreover, and I don't want anyone to be angry with me, but the reality is that the big technology companies are using algorithms that encourage a certain type of dependency. The good news here is that people realize that huge risks that this deduplication implies online versus the real life or offline, and there is stronger and stronger approaches for a stricter regulation. And here, as you said, the European Union, towards which the Republic of Moldova is aspiring, is even encouraging this proactive approach, which means legislation by approving the Digital Services Act, like it was done in the past with the European Directive on fight against sexual abuse against children, of sexual exploitation of children in child pornography, as well as the European strategy for better internet for children. My experience in the last half of the year is very encouraging. Over 30,000 parents, grandparents and teaching staff have signed in support of my initiative to provide an additional parental control tool. In brief, the law that soon will be debated in the Parliament, and I am sure every parliamentarian colleague of mine, no matter what is the political color, will vote for, aims at minors below 16 years of age to be able to use different social networks only based on an explicit agreement expressed by the parents. And even under these conditions, those who do have social networks accounts will get the task of promoting screened content adapted to this age. And I'm referring here to what the Digital Services Act speaks about. In this whole period of time since we started this campaign, this fight of the good and hygienization of the online space in order to guarantee the safety of children online, we have held intense discussions with the representatives of institutions from the justice sector as well as public order from Romania. And we have found several things that I'm convinced you also saw. And in particular, our children are exposed to pornographic materials or extremely violent materials from very early age. Minors are targets for sexual offenders. Unfortunately, this is a more visible problem, and Internet brought to a very pronounced load of this kind of impulses which were restrained in the real life. The social networks or different forums online represent a channel of communication by which the young people are procuring drugs and alcohol. In Romania, after an incident last summer, there has been initiated a real war against the traffickers of drugs that are targeting minors and young people. The most concerning phenomenon that we are talking little about, and there are no many psychosocial studies with regard to it, is the one of the transformation of this online environment into a catalyzer for antisocial behaviors. And here, not just young people are doing it. It happens also to adults, often to try to do different things online in order to pose and show off. We get into situations when they are doing risky things and which are obviously illegal just in order to impress someone. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we do have cases of children that commit suicide as a result of a challenge online in Facebook and TikTok. We have an accent of a phenomenon of cyberbullying that often leads either to depression or another direction of bravade. We are in front of a generation of children with the biggest number of problems, psychosocial problems, generated by deep depressions. Yes, we do have young people who do not make a distinction between what's online world and reality. This border disappearing. We have the most sick and tired generation of all the times, although the different relaxation things are everywhere. Dependence on the secretion of serotonin in accessing the screens is similar to the dependency on casinos. So we have to realize that the minds of our children are specifically vulnerable because these are still under construction. These are the target of the economic interest of these platforms to maximize the duration of use of their services by people, no matter what their age is. It is the market of attention, an optimized demand for the human brain by means of using an algorithm that generates a constant surge of digital content for purposes of stimulating the brain, or better said, to overstimulation of the brain. And you know, the same mechanism is functioning also whenever we speak about drug dependency. There is such a mantra that or those who are opposing to any type of regulation are using, as if we are solving the things by investing in education and by providing children alternatives. That we shall not limit these vices, but just try to convince the ones who fell in a form of dependency that that thing is not good for them. This argumentation, from my point of view, is incorrect. On the one hand, ladies and gentlemen, the dependencies are stronger than rationale. The forms of dependency of the screen are often comparable from the intensity point of view to drug dependency or alcohol addiction. So on the other hand, if we can minimize the risks, that would be an absurdity not to do it. The problem is that there are parents who are not digitalized. There are parents who do not know what their children are doing online. There are parents who have no sufficient tools to be able to keep under control this activity. Like there are also parents who are minimizing the effect that we see or imagine that it's just a passing problem. And even more, teachers do not have part of their duties and cannot see practically what happens to their children in their activity in online. The derogation disclaimer from responsibility, the social-political one, I don't believe this is a solution. We, as people who understand and the magnitude of the problem as well as what is our political power that we have, we cannot just wait for someone to do it and expect or see how a generation is being destroyed. The position of hiding the head in the sand in front of the car that is driving in enormous speed is not honorable for us and will not have the desired impact. The problem will not disappear by itself. Developed countries from the Western Europe, where democracies, I could say, is equally old as the hot water, did understand that it's the time for political action on two sides, on two directions. On the one hand, trying to protect our children and provide real tools to their parents to protect the small ones from this bad impact of internet and in particular from the social media. Very many countries, the US and many countries from the European Union, France, Italy, and more recently, have already laws in force that impose to the big IT companies to structure their platforms and softwares online so that certain categories of children do not have access at all, and the others, in others to have access only under explicit control of their parents. And I'd like to give you the example of France that say that up to 12 years a child has no right to access any social networks, and same thing is valid for the US. We tried and managed, at least partially, to have a dialogue with the big technology companies. My logic is that the state shall work together with this in order to find solutions that would protect children. I'm curious to know whether any one of you, those present here in this room, have read ever the terms and conditions of use for TikTok. No one. If you have the curiosity, you will see that these applications of social media collect data as much as possible and as various as possible. Maybe you had also the possibility to speak one day about a film or about something with a blocked phone, and then you get targeted advertisements. The reality is that the applications are requiring to access video files and audio files and even register the frequency with which you are pressing the virtual tabs of the phone, so that they realize what you're writing from a message without seeing it. That is why, for example, in Great Britain, in order to avoid the confirmation of age with an ID, the request was to the companies operating social media to introduce an algorithm of analysis in order to find out the age of the person who uses a certain device. Be sure that YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok know the age users have, even in the absence of some clear and explicit data. And here intervenes that part of hypocrisy that I was talking about and that will have to be eliminated. The political class in Europe, like it is sometimes blamed for, has made in the last 30 years, has undertaken many more actions similar in order to protect children. I would point out here in front of you the ban on sales of alcohol and cigarettes to minors, as well as limiting the access to certain types of media content in newspapers and on TV. And now, looking on TV, you will see that at certain programs children do not have access. Obviously, not all these laws are applied strictly, but nevertheless progress is obvious. Same thing shall be done by us in every country member of the EU. As, for example, I am trying to do in Romania, to provide more tools and power to the parents for them to know what their children are doing online. And I imagine that this is what all member states shall do to provide us this is how the European Union shall do also to provide us, those from the legislatives of the member states or the candidate states, more power and more tools. And this is because one of the counter-arguments that I have heard in time refer to the fact that, Mrs. Senator, it is a joke to imagine that we, the Parliament of Romania, are fighting or are struggling with TikTok or Google or Meta. And maybe it's partially right. What we cannot do, because this is what the European Union is doing. And we've seen today also the message of the Commissar that yes, at the level of the European Union, there is big interest and concern with regard to this aspect and this danger. Thank you very much. I will be here with you, eager to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for the perspectives on the responsibilities that have to be applied both in the area of IT, but also the role of parents in guiding and making children more responsible when they are using the platforms and the tools that they come across while being online. And the effort, but also the commitment that they must embrace, both the national authorities, but also those at the European level, community level, when we talk about ensuring a environment which is conducive to growing a future generation, guaranteeing fundamental rights of people, of humans, but also the safety of the citizen is an objective from the agenda of national security. Now, the hybrid threats and abusing IT becomes a challenge at the global level. Mr. Chairman, as the chair of the Commission for National Security, Defense and Public Order, what are the legal initiatives, or what are the initiatives of the Parliament in order to make sure that there is a more friendly environment for children, both in the online space, but also what is the agenda of the Commission when we talk about preventing and fighting child online sexual abuse and exploitation. Good morning, Chairman, your audience. Of course, we can say today that digitization, but also evolution of technologies and the fact that there's more and more social networks appearing should make public institutions more responsible. In order not to philosophize too much and prove that in Moldova things are very good, well, that I don't want to take that scene upon me. No, the truth is different. We have a law which is obsolete when it comes to what is happening around us. And all the perpetrators, regardless of the environment where they act, they are taking advantage of the technology's advancement. And for sure today we can see both drug traffickers, perpetrators, bullying, cyberbullying, and many other phenomena which we know just by name, by definition. But there is no, today, a very clear recipe of how to act. And the whole world fights this phenomenon. They try to find the solutions of how to fight it. Now, I will refer to just some activities that we should do. First of all, this is to review our national legislation, where we have to redefine laws. And I'm being frank, when I come to lead this commission, we didn't even have a law on the activity of the intelligence service, counterintelligence, and many other things. Laws, which some of them were started in 1999, others about the activity of material reserves. They would guide themselves by a law from 1967. These are standards. Well, and many other things which in Moldova were not obvious. Or as long as people are saying that as long as nothing is happening, as long as there is not a problem, it shouldn't be solved. Or unfortunately, when it comes to online abuse, it is very often, and on the social networks, people make money on how perpetrators abuse children. And we have seen a phenomenon of some pseudo-influencers and bloggers which tried to lure in girls to give them money to show a part of the body. Unfortunately, no one reacted. And, well, today the law enforcement doesn't have too much tools in order to intervene. And, well, we need to educate, because everything starts from here. As long as we, the adults, will look on the social apps and not react about the phenomenon that's happening, they will keep repeating, because a fact which will not go unpunishable will repeat itself tens of times. But when you punish for that someone is abusing someone else, some other people, then you deter this phenomenon. I was one of those who requested, and because there was a post of Alina Radu, and I've made a request to the prosecution, and a person was arrested, but unfortunately was freed, because we have to go and redefine some definitions and change the criminal code. Well, that's why Moldova today must live up to these legal amendments. We have a very important priority, which is European integration. And this phenomenon cannot be left unsolved, because if you go into the EU with these problems unsolved, then I don't think that these problems will be hidden. So, for sure, the experience that European Union countries have, and they were able to put certain restrictions and protect children from online sexual abuse, but also from bullying, and they have to be implemented. Well, for sure, the parliamentary committee is looking at this issue as well. We are talking to the Minister of Internal Affairs in this regard, and we have a cooperation where we try to find solutions. And so we need time to find solutions, necessary solutions. We have seen in the neighboring country, in Romania, how they're trying to amend the laws on deep fakes, where you can use the face of a child and then terrorize the child online. But we're saying that this phenomenon, it is growing, and the reports. Actually, I was actually reading the report that in Romania, it only 1 year it has doubled. That you don't have this in Moldova, it doesn't mean that there's no phenomenon like this in Moldova. Like in the Soviet period, until the fall of the USSR, they were saying that there was no clear measurements and social pulse, and they said that the problem doesn't exist. And once the measurements appeared, we saw in reports that 5 times, 50 times it increased. It doesn't mean that the problem didn't exist, but the perpetrators, of course, they are abusing these technologies and reach their objectives easier. Now, to close, we will have this problem very close to our attention. Of course, we need the assistance and the experience that even civil society has. For sure, we're calling on the civil society in order to solve a problem, and it is good when and encouraging when you see so many people, because we have debated many laws in the parliament, and we have the law on intelligence and counterintelligence. We had 21 NGOs, and that made it possible to have a very good law. For sure, these amendments which need to be done and to restrict the access of children and also protect children from the possibility of an abuse online must be subject to a public debate and find necessary solutions together. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for pointing out the importance of the joint and concerted efforts when we are talking about an efficient normative framework, and how relevant is the process of public consultation and involvement of all stakeholders that would be the final beneficiary of any law. An efficient normative framework means complex measures. On the one hand, efficient tools to make perpetrators accountable, apply sanctions which are proportional to the acts, but also a restorative or friendly justice to children. Moldova has ratified a number of conventions and international treaties. I will refer here to just two of them, the Lanzarote Convention and the Budapest Convention. Both meant to contribute to a better protection of children's rights online by significantly reducing the cases of sexual abuse and exploitation of children online. The Ministry of Justice. Now, what are the initiatives and the draft laws promoted so far, but also what is the prospect to ensure a prompt and efficient response to prevent and fight all cases of abuse and sexual exploitation of children online? Thank you. Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, honored audience, I'm happy to be part of this event where we put in the spotlight the review of the vision of mechanisms to protect children. I think everybody here present, but also those who are online, will agree that the supreme interest of the child is what leads us or what guides us when it comes to laws that we need to implement. Now, the supreme interest of the child means that when you have procedures or you have differences where you involve children, we must do it so that their physical, psychological development, access to education, to protection, must be ensured to the fullest. Respecting this principle is very important when we talk about judicial proceedings, but also extrajudicial proceedings, regardless of who the child is, whether this is a victim or this is a child who committed an offense. We shouldn't forget why children are committing offenses. Now, recently, Ministry of Justice has undertaken measures to submit initiatives to the Parliament for them to be approve a number of amendments to the law in order to strengthen child protection and to tailor it to the current needs, including in the context of aligning to the Istanbul Convention and the Lanzarote Convention. I here mean amendments that entered into force last year on January 9, 2023, regarding strengthening the mechanisms and guarantees to protect victims of sexual offenses and protection of juveniles. Now, the cybercrime today is obvious. It has new, more complex forms, and it's growing, but the mechanisms of eradication, which we thought were efficient some time ago, must now be reviewed because they're not responding immediately to the challenges of today. So we need to make effort and to strive, continuously strive, in a continuous process to try and strengthen and develop new mechanisms. And the figures presented by the Secretary earlier confirms this. Now, the alarming pace of abuse against children in the digital area is really a danger, and that must be of a big concern for all of us, those who are competent in this area. And now this phenomenon means that we have to rethink policies both at the national level, but also at the level of every country, but also at the level of the Council of Europe and the level of EU. This is an ever-growing concern. Now, we all know that at the EU level, last year, we have approved a strategy, a strategy for 2 years, a safer internet for children, which shows the importance of continuous adjustment of the framework to ensure online safety of children and for it to be treated as a continuous priority. Obviously, the commitment of our country becomes even more firm in this regard when as a result of getting the status of candidate country to join the European Union, but also opening negotiations, this determines us to adjust national mechanisms to the laws of the EU. And in this regard, Ministry of Justice is fully involved and it coordinates the process of negotiations. I mean, Chapter 23 regarding justice and fundamental rights. And in this chapter, protection of human rights, protection of children is a very clear block of this chapter where we have to advance in order to ensure the commitments, in order to implement Chapter 23. This is the responsibility of Minister of Justice, but also of other ministries with competences in the area of child protection. Of course, the digital services, they can be very risky for children, such as being exposed to inappropriate content, become victims of being aggressive, of grooming children, but also sexual abuse against children. Now, in order to harmonize our law, criminal law, to Lanzarote Convention, but also Budapest Convention regarding cybercrime, but also in the framework of the directive of the EU Parliament on fighting sexual abuse against children and sexual exploitation of children and child pornography. On the platform of the Ministry of Justice, we have put in place a working group with many representatives, and we have developed a draft law on changing the criminal law when it comes to the prevention and fighting sexual exploitation and sexual abuse against children. Now, the provisions from this draft provide for a set of measures to deter and reduce the demand which favors all forms of sexual abuse and sexual exploitation of children. In this regard, we should understand, and actually I should mention that we will take into account the need to reconceptualize the notion of child pornography in strict compliance with the standards of the EU. I'll not get into technical details, but the whole purpose of it is the need to reconceptualize this, is to extend the scope of cases that should be covered and ensure child protection from the dangers of the online environment, including cases when in the materials that juveniles access, you have adults as well. Now, this draft law also provides for the introduction of a new crime. I mean, determining the person who didn't reach 16 years to assist to watch sex performances. Of course, we will work more on these interventions into the law. We will ensure experts from the area in order to make sure that it is efficient and can be applied in practice by institutions. But also we need to be able to incriminate the participation. Now, when you have a child participation in sex pornographic performances. Now, this draft law has gone to the first round of clearances. It will be finalized, improved, and then we will want to make sure that it is fully in line with the normative framework when it comes to the acquis when it comes to sexual exploitation of children. So, lately, there were amendments and changes to other laws, not just when it comes to the criminal law and criminal procedure law, but also the contraventional offenses, but also other laws regarding protection of children. So we need, I think, to understand that the intervention in this area must be multidimensional, not just when it comes to the legal framework. So, in my view, I think that the most important today is to strengthen our capacities. I mean here the capacities of the investigation capacities, as well as through joint effort, we must find the most efficient solutions in order to be able to ensure the protection of our children online, because they are our tomorrow's society. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister, for reiterating our path towards adjusting our in a harmonious, healthy society for them, and also for them to be able to benefit from all of their fundamental rights. Now, I will exceed a bit the agenda in order to see whether we have questions coming from the audience. Thank you very much, Chairwoman, Chairman, Minister, for your contribution to the panel on the legal perspective, best practice, and priority actions to advance the response towards online child sexual exploitation. Dear guests, thank you very much for the comprehensive information that you have presented today in this panel. Thank you to the moderator, Daniela Misel-Nikitin, State Secretary at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. All right. Dear guests, we continue our international forum, Child Safety Online, with the second panel, which is protection towards online child protection in the EU, a paradigm change, a paradigm shift for comprehensive national policies. Now, in this panel, we want to analyze the European legislation in the area of fighting sexual online abuse, and we'll also analyze, for sure, the experience of violence in this regard. The moderator of this panel is the head of, comes from the State Chancellery, Ms. Lydia Pascal. Ms. Pascal has a vast experience in developing public policies regarding trafficking human beings, equality between men and women, as well as fighting the phenomenon of violence in the family. Ms. Pascal, thank you. Go ahead. Good morning. I welcome you today to this important forum, which tackles the subject of child protection online. And in panel number 2, we have 4 people, 2 online, 2 offline. Now, I will invite here Alexei Buzu, Minister of Labor and Social Protection. And the second speaker is Dmitry Vlezu, Head of Policies Division for Public Order and Security and Combating Criminality, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Republic of Moldova. You are invited here now to the stage, as well as our online speakers. This is Karen Macaulay, Director of Children and Vulnerable Adults Commission, Media Commission, and Antonio Labrador, EU Commission Team Leader on the fight against child sexual abuse. Participants of this forum in the last 10 years, IT technologies and the way children are using internet has changed considerably. Children are connecting online from when they're very young. Oftentimes they're doing it unsupervised, being exposed to a vast array of risks. To answer these risks, at the European level, they have approved a number of policies which regulate measures to promote child safety online. The most recent policy approved is the strategy of the European Commission in this regard for a better internet for children, which establishes a comprehensive framework of measures aimed at ensuring a better information of children when it comes to their safety online. Now, education of children in schools, educating children in schools about what is safety online and how do you protect yourself in the online environment. Also, an important topic of this strategy is dedicated to training of teachers and encouraging active participation of children in the decision-making processes when it comes to their digital experiences. Now, the European strategy also focuses on 3 important pillars: the safe digital experience in order to protect children from harmful online and illegal online contents to create a behavior which would minimize the risks as young consumers, and in order to improve their discussion environment online. Another important pillar that we focus on is the digital capacity, so that all children, including those who are vulnerable children, they should be safe when they navigate the internet. And the last pillar focuses on active participation by respecting children's rights and offering them the possibility to have a voice to say on the internet. And specifically, in order to use this platform, by offering them activities which are led by children, which involve children, in order to promote innovative and creative, safe digital experiences. Moreover, the policies in the area of digital education in illegal initiatives in order to advance the effort to prevent and fight child abuse and child exploitation in the EU, they have evolved by creating institutional mechanisms such as European Centre to Prevent and Fight Child Abuse, all of them creating an external context which encourages Moldova in its path to join the EU, to implement in its national plan all of these experiences and recommendations, useful recommendations, and to contribute to empowering children and develop a safe environment for children and adults. Now, in panel 2, we will tackle topics related to the standards of the EU and the way to transpose these standards in the national context, and both when it comes to ensuring children's rights, but also when it comes to preventing safety when it comes to institutional or legal areas. As a response to children's involvement in gaming, for the first time in 2017, the government of Moldova has approved a national action plan dedicated to the subject of child online safety. Amongst the strategic objectives in this action plan was to reduce the illegal content from the internet and promoting a safer online digital environment for children and teenagers, about the risks in the online environment, and recommendations on safe navigation on the internet. Minister, tell me please, what are the lessons learned from the implementation of the action plan on ensuring safety online, and how do you currently tackle the topic of protection of children against any form of abuse and exploitation in the sector policies of the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection?
Hello, I will speak from here. We in the Ministry of Labour are more informal, let's say. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank the organizers for bringing us here at such an important event dedicated to such an important topic. Mrs. Minister, hello. I would like to also salute and express my appreciation for my colleagues from the civil society, because very often topics that are extremely important, we in the government are ignoring them. They were the ones who have always brought us with our feet on the ground, and I want to thank them again and express the appreciation for the work they do. Thank you very much. In English, there is such an expression that we are over our heads. I believe that we are all, let's say, overwhelmed with this situation. The fact that we're speaking about changes in the legislation, that's the easiest thing to do, including the experience of other countries that started dealing much more seriously with this problem, shows that when you change the legislation, this is a reactive approach, rather. By means of legislation, in fact, one solves the problems of yesterday, while the online, when speaking about deepfakes or artificial intelligence, things change there so dramatically in 1 year or several months. So I don't think that if we speak only about legislation changes, I don't think we'll manage to improve the situation and that we'll be able to move things ahead. We, at the moment, have an institutional framework that, in fact, if someone comes from another planet and would examine our legal framework, would say that this legal framework is prepared in an environment without online abuses, without any internet, without situations when, for example, when our attention is captured and when there is a lot of exchange of information in internet. Our institutional framework is totally inappropriate and does not correspond to the realities and problems that exist around us. We are not doing the minimum necessary to collect the information. So when I'm thinking about a problem, I usually look at figures. All the figures about this problem are provided by our colleagues from the civil society, which again do have resources. If they do have resources, they do it. If they don't have resources, they don't do it. If you don't have clear and concluding information about the dimension of the problem, then it's clear that all the other steps in your intervention are going to be slow. So the solution that I see, and that when I say I, why do I make this distinction? Because I believe that we, at the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, do not have yet very clear institutional vision about how shall we address this problem properly. So we shall consider two aspects, very important one. First of all, we need strong institutions, because in an environment where the target is constantly moving, again, no matter how good this legal framework is, that it will approach the problems of yesterday. So if we wish to cope, if we wish to manage some risks, we need strong institutions. That's the first aspect. And secondly, we have to empower parents and children. In my opinion, these are the two main pillars. We have to change the legislation, sure, we do. We have to improve it, yes. But that's the first step and the most important. Our response, in my opinion, shall be based on these two aspects. Now, in fact, we just started reforming or strengthening the system. We, with regard to other risks in real life, we have no model of prevention. No. How can we come with a prevention model online if we do not have one with regard to other risks related to child rights? We did not manage to operationalize such a thing. So we have to see in this institutional chain what are the competencies we need to develop. For example, within the department dealing with child protection, we shall have a person, kind of a focal point, that would have access to data, to professional training, that carries out discussions and has relations with colleagues from other countries, and can say what are the implications for artificial intelligence, for example, when speaking about online risks for children in Moldova. We now, for the first time, have finalized an internal document that we shall consult with the public. So we've prepared a matrix of all the competencies that we wish to develop in the field of social assistance. And obviously this element is related to digital skills too. These are of big importance here. And now if you ask me how many of the social assistants, how many of the specialists in the field of child rights do have those digital minimal skills, I cannot tell you, and no one will be able to tell you, because we do not know it. We do not have that system in place. So we are building it now, and we will see where or how dramatic the issue is and how fast we shall advance, and then we will have those strong institutions in place. As regards the parents and children, I will speak less, because I believe that the responsibility or the mandate is rather under other ministries, but it is really important. I agree with the President. We have to empower parents. We have to empower children, because without their engagement, we will not succeed. And the last thing I want to say is that we always have had this blind approach when we are transferring the problem to our colleagues from the first line, and that's valid for very many problems we are facing. In the ministry, me in the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, the Minister of Justice there, our colleagues from the Ministry of Internal Affairs also. So tomorrow we will come and will say that every school, every class teacher has to have trainings on artificial intelligence. Every social assistant shall go and do something. Every policeman shall do something without giving them the necessary tools or resources or space, understanding adequate one. And if we move in the same direction, then things will not advance, will not change. That is why I want to thank you for this possibility to reflect in front of you on this extremely important problem. I do hope very much that these discussions are going to make us or force us, the decision makers, to move much faster to make this cleaning and order in our own yards, and to be able to see, or at least say that we are ready to manage these risks. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much too. It's true that the reconceptualization and rethinking the public policies from the point of view of the sector that you noted down obviously will bring a revision of the way in which we address these issues, and as you mentioned, to not lag behind the responses the state shall come with in order to ensure that real protection of children online. And the responsibility as well as commitment divided between the government institutions and parents is a critical one in order to ensure both the strategic objectives internationally as well as nationally. Thank you very much. So further on, I would like to note down that fight against cyber crime, including child pornography, is a priority with lots of challenges. And the role of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is a critical one in outlining these responses and policies in this field. So institutional capacity building and establishing and facilitating access to adequate mechanisms of fight and against the cybercrime were on the agenda of this ministry in many policy documents. Mr. Dumitru Vlejo, tell us please, what are the priorities set in the policies aiming at fight against cybercriminality to ensure better protection of children in front of these risks online, and what are the mechanisms by which the Ministry of Internal Affairs plans to respond to these risks? Hello to everyone. I would like to make a presentation on this topic, and I'll ask my colleagues to connect the PowerPoint presentation. Hello again. The level of representation of this event of today shows our commitment of all of us, both nationally as well as internationally. Hence, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, together with all the colleagues present here as well as civil society, also has relevant commitments. And I'll have a déjà vu without specifically speaking about this. We have exactly the same priorities as all the other ministries. And looking at the next slide, I would like to mention that being in this process of transposition of the European legislation, this explanatory screening, the first topics on the agenda are observance of human rights. I don't know why it's not working. And as it was mentioned by the Minister Mikhailov, one of the one of the dispositions of the European Union is the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, where in Article 24 it says that all the action carried out with regard to children, no matter whether these are carried out by public authorities or private institutions, the superior interest of the child shall be considered primary. So hence we all have this commitment in all our policies, no matter whether these are for online environment or offline. We shall think all the time of the primary interest of the children. So hence in this area the Republic of Moldova has ratified many conventions aiming at protecting the rights of children, but I would like to refer here to the Lanzarote Convention. This convention was ratified and we have assumed some international commitments in this sense. So hence, in order to monitor this convention at the level of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, including with all the actors, including Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Intelligence Service, service providers, electronic service providers, we are meeting together once a quarter to discuss all the main problems and trying to identify solutions, if not immediately, then at least for the next meeting everyone comes with proposals. So following these meetings, we also developed this platform, the Ministry of Justice platform, where we can come with some proposals with regard to new provisions in the criminal procedure code. Speaking about the international aspect, Europol considers that one of the top 10 priorities in Europe being also sexual exploitation of children. So hence the cycle of European policies Impact 22-2025 speaks about these priorities, among which under point 4 we have child sexual exploitation. In 2023, for the first time, the Republic of Moldova has participated in all the operational action plans, including in this sense, hence showing its commitment and showing its force and power together with the European partners. At the national level, the Minister of Internal Affairs, together with the colleagues, have developed the crime prevention program, also being synchronized with this European policy cycle 2022-25. The program speaks about many significant priorities for us, including for response capacity building to cyber crimes. This program is aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals for 2020-30 and to the National Development Strategy European Moldova. Including this program aims at including the facilitated access to adequate tools to prevent cyber crimes, because without tools we will not be able to cope with this phenomenon. At the same time, under this program, we have foreseen the adjustment of the legal framework according to the Lanzarote Convention and the Convention of the Council of Europe on Cyber Crimes and the Budapest Convention. In this sense, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has drafted a draft law on amending the law number 20, which aims at bringing into the competence or under the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Intelligence Service the possibility to stop access to websites which broadcast or that specific content, including web content and sexual exploitation related content. This ban, this interdiction, will stop the re-victimization of the victims' children, will stop the download of illegal content related to child exploitation on other devices, and will allow for the identification of the best solutions to eliminate this content. We have planned to make this blockage by means of an order of the Cybercrime Prevention Department for a period of 90 days, after which, together with the legal proceedings or legal investigation office to analyze and examine these materials. Just wanted to show you an example from the European Union. How is the blockage of these sites look like? On the left side, we see how this is done in Finland, where where have all the reasons why these sites were blocked is presented and based on which laws. On the right, you see an example of forbidden access to this content in Belgium. These mechanisms are functional, and this give us the possibility to come with prompt interventions to stop this phenomenon. Sorry, some technical problems. Among the trends that exist in this sense, I would like to mention a growing number of mobile devices with access for children too. The estimation is that in 2024 we will have an increase of 3.7 billion devices compared to the level of 2020. Another trend is the age of the internet users, which is constantly decreasing, as it was mentioned also by all the speakers of today, that sexual exploitation online becomes or starts earlier. And also we see depositation and storage, sexual blackmail, end-to-end encrypting, live streaming, dark web, social networks, and communication ones, as well as games where children discuss with the adults without knowing the identity of each other. At the same time, another important trend comes from the cultural norms. Changes in the cultural norms with regard to sharing images and interaction, sexual interaction of adults online, changes the landscape with regard to the way in which the social networks are being used on the internet. The auto-generated content contains a big proportion of sexual abuse against children. At the same time, I would like to reiterate that the age of exploited children under sexual exploitation via internet is decreasing constantly. Being at an age with victims below 10 years, only 1 in 10 victims tell about this experience of sexual abuse in the internet. The cases that are being investigated is very small, do not provide for the appropriate sanctions of the offenders. Many of those children who became victims are not telling the close people or law enforcement bodies because they are afraid of the negative impact on or attitude on behalf of those around. That is why they are just deleting the discussions with the offenders or block it, which creates obstacles in identifying the authors of these abuse actions online. And as a closing message of my presentation, I would say that the child is never to be blamed for becoming a victim of sexual exploitation, even if he got something in exchange for this. All the children deserve to be protected of any form of abuse. Thank you very much. Thank you very much too for this presentation, very exhaustive presentation of the competencies and activities carried out in the field of prevention and protection from sexual abuse and any other type of abuse of children online, and it's very impressive to hear the priorities outlined by you, and I'm sure that today, both among the participants, you will find also partners for the implementation of these nice ideas and further transposition of the international norms in the field of prevention and fight against criminality, cybercrimes, in particular with a focus on protecting the rights of children. So, we have now some other invitees online. The Mrs. Karen Macaulay, who is a representative of the Media Commission from Ireland. It's a new structure created in Ireland, which role is to regulate the activity of the broadcast and mass media online and to support the development of media in this sense. Ireland is one of the most advanced countries of the European Union, which comes with practices and models to be followed and measures undertaken in order to protect children online. And the Irish practice is recognized as being one of the best in the European space, which ensures an integrated approach of the measures regulating the use of internet by children, in which policy coordination in the field
is done by a public institution in this sense. Mrs. Karen, please tell us or answer the following question. Why was it necessary to create such a commission for media, and what's its role, targeted and focused one, in particular speaking about child safety online?
Hello and greetings from Dublin in Ireland. I hope you're all well. Thank you for inviting our Media Commission, which is Cumashún na Man in Irish, to speak at this important forum on child safety online. Cumashún na Man is a new regulator for broadcasters and online media in Ireland, and we were established in March last year. Our remit includes regulating how online platforms based in Ireland deal with illegal and harmful content. In light of this remit and our role as Ireland's Digital Services Coordinator under the Digital Services Act, our 5-person commission includes our Online Safety Commissioner and a Digital Services Commissioner. Since being established in March last year, Cumashún has been putting in place building blocks of effective regulation. Our staff numbers have grown from 40 to 90, and we expect to reach 160 this summer. We have put helpful information on our website about online safety and how to make complaints to platforms and seek support in relation to harmful and illegal content. We've taken several steps to make sure we are ready for implementation of the Digital Services Act later this week, including establishing a contact centre which will open next Monday and where people can make contact to raise concerns and seek support. Cumashún is responsible for regulating services which have their EU headquarters in Ireland, therefore cooperating with our counterparts across Europe through EU networks and around the world is very important to us. We are a member of ERGA, the European Regulators Group for Audiovisual Services, and of EPRA, the European Platform of Regulatory Authorities, and we will also sit on the European Board for Digital Services. Cumashún is currently putting in place an online safety framework. This framework has 3 main parts: our Online Safety Code, which I'll talk to you about in a moment, the Digital Services Act, and the EU Terrorist Content Online Regulation for authority in November last year. It's important to note that the era of self-regulation is over. Our online safety framework makes platforms accountable for how they protect their users, especially children, online. Protecting children is an important focus area of this framework. Our draft Online Safety Code, which will apply to certain video sharing platform services with headquarters in Ireland, has a focus on the protection of children and proposes a range of measures to keep children safe online. To date, we've taken a number of steps to develop this code. They include commissioning an independent expert evidence review about online harms on VSPS to inform our approach to regulation. We've also consulted widely about our draft online code, seeking views and perspectives from a range of different stakeholders, including members of the public. And we have established a youth advisory committee, which we met in January this year to hear their views on our proposed code. Our proposed code includes several core objectives. One of these objectives is to ensure that VSPS providers, which the code will apply to, take appropriate measures to protect the public from audiovisual programs, communications, and user-generated videos which contain illegal content that it is an offence to disseminate under European law, including offences concerning child sex abuse material. The types of content covered by the draft code are not limited to children. However, the code includes a focus on content that is harmful to children. Broadly speaking, the draft code addresses and contains definitions of 4 different types of content: illegal content harmful to children, regulated content harmful to children, illegal content harmful to the general public, and regulated content harmful to the general public. The definition of illegal content harmful to children in the code includes child trafficking and child sexual exploitation and abuse offences. Equally, the definition of illegal content harmful to the general public covers content which it is a criminal offence to disseminate, including content consisting of child sex abuse offences. Our draft code sets out a range of measures that VSPS providers will be obliged to take in relation to such illegal content. For example, under the draft code, the SPS providers are required to prohibit certain matters in their terms and conditions. They are also required to suspend or terminate accounts if they determined repeatedly infringe the terms and conditions of service relating to certain types of content, including illegal content harmful to children and the general public. VS providers are also required to establish and operate transparent and user-friendly mechanisms for service users to report certain content, including illegal content harmful to the public and to children. As regards parental controls, the SPS providers must also provide parental control systems in relation to illegal content and regulated harmful content to children. And finally, by way of example, under the draft code, the SPS providers must establish and operate procedures for handling and resolving complaints, including in relation to reporting and flagging, and they must handle complaints effectively and diligently. The draft code also summarises An Comisiún's enforcement powers and procedures in relation to potential non-compliance by providers with the code. Where a provider, following a process, is found to have contravened the code, An Comisiún can impose an administrative financial sanction of up to €20 million or 10% of annual turnover. Our draft online safety code is currently in development. In the meantime, and as I've mentioned, from the 17th of February, from this Saturday, we will have responsibility for enforcing the EU Digital Services Act for platforms which have their EU headquarters here in Ireland. This means that we hold these platforms accountable for their obligation to remove illegal content or content which violates their own rules or community standards. In this regard, we are of course aware of the focus on children and their rights in the DSA, including their right to protection, and the corresponding obligations of companies, including very large online platforms and service engines. It's important to stress, I think, that platforms are obliged to remove illegal content when flagged to them. Not doing so is a breach of the law, and we can take action. To conclude, online child sex abuse and exploitation content, whether real or AI generated, is illegal, and it can be, as we know, enormously harmful. Our message to people is if they spot such illegal content, they should flag it to the platform so the platform can remove it. And we've recently launched an awareness campaign to raise awareness among members of the public about this. In conclusion, Comisiún na Mán's overriding objective is to create a safer online world for users, especially children. Thank you for inviting us to take part in today's meeting.
Thank you very much for presenting the experience of Ireland. This is impressive through the mechanisms that you have just described, specifically the major role of this Commission when it comes to approving the regulatory framework and the methodologies regarding the rules, both for the state institutions but also for the ISPs, and specifically for the rules aimed at protecting children online. Now, the next speaker also online is Antonio Labrador. He is a team leader from the EU Commission on the fight against child sexual abuse. Mr. Labrador. Please, sir, can you elaborate on what are the most recent developments and initiatives of the European Commission that Moldova should take into account as a country that is a candidate to join EU, given the legal framework at the level of the EU approved by the EU, specifically through the mechanism for the monitoring of its implementation, since one provides support to all stakeholders involved in this process in the national context. I mean the Republic of Moldova. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this event. Apologies, I could not make it in person. I would have loved to, but my responsibilities here in Brussels didn't allow me to travel there. I'm going to share with you a presentation on the legislative initiatives at EU level to prevent and combat child sexual abuse. I'm going to pull up the presentation, see if it works. I hope it's working and you can see it well. If not, please let me know. There are a number of legislative instruments in the EU that prevent and combat child sexual abuse. And at the moment, there are two types of legislative instruments. Those that impose obligations on companies, on online service providers, to notably prevent and, if necessary, detect, report, and remove child sexual abuse online, and legislative instruments that are criminal law instruments that define the offenses and the level of penalties. And both instruments complement each other, because the obligations on the companies to detect child sexual abuse material, for example, use the definitions of child sexual abuse material in the criminal law instrument. The overall framework, overall policy framework that guides our work is the EU strategy for a more effective fight against child sexual abuse, where we use all the tools that we have at EU level to be helpful to EU citizens to prevent and combat these crimes. And those tools are basically three. The first one is legislation. The second one is funding for projects that prevent and combat these crimes. And the third tool that we have at EU level is coordination, facilitate the exchanges among the different stakeholders, the companies, the NGOs, member states, etc. So in this EU strategy from 2020, we used all these tools to prevent and combat child sexual abuse in a holistic way, looking at prevention, looking at investigations and prosecutions, and also looking at assistance to victims. In my presentation today, I will focus on the legislative initiatives. The first thing that we put forward was the interim regulation, as it is called, that basically it was a temporary legislation to make sure that online service providers can continue the detection and reporting of child sexual abuse online. And with child sexual abuse online, we refer to both child sexual abuse material and grooming. This interim regulation was set to expire this year, in August 2024. And because this was a limited extension that will be replaced by a long-term regulatory framework, and this long-term regulatory framework has not been agreed yet, we had to present an extension of this interim regulation that we presented it in December. And I'm very happy to announce to you today, this is fresh news, the trilogue to decide the extension of this interim regulation has just finished 1 hour ago. And I'm happy to report that there is an agreement to extend this legislation for 20 months, 20 additional months from August 2024. So now it will set to expire on the 3rd of April 2026. And that will leave more time to the co-legislators to agree on the long-term regulation, which is this one I'm going to tell you about. The reasons behind the proposal: we see an increase, a dramatic increase of child sexual abuse online, from 1 million reports in 2020 to over 36 million reports in 2023. At the same time, we see that this is the tip of the iceberg. 98% of the reports come from only 5 companies. And of course, it cannot be that all the child sexual abuse online concentrates in these 5 companies. but rather is that since that detection is voluntary, most of the companies don't do anything when it comes to preventing and combating child sexual abuse online. Also, it's time for the EU to play its part. Now, these reports that we receive in the EU come from the US, from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So it's time that we in the EU also have our own center that can receive the reports of the companies. This proposal does basically two things. The first thing is to impose obligations on companies to prevent child sexual abuse online. And when prevention measures are not enough, then these companies may receive orders from a judge to detect, report, or remove, or block child sexual abuse online. The second thing that this long-term legislation will do is to establish a new EU center to prevent and combat child sexual abuse as an decentralized EU agency. I will go a bit fast, I'm conscious of time. The most, let's say, controversial part of this legislation are the detection obligations. And when it comes to detection, in particular in interpersonal communications, there is a balance of fundamental rights that need to be achieved. On one hand, there are the fundamental rights of children, including the fundamental right to privacy, because one of the most horrible privacy violations, if not the most horrible privacy violation that there is the distribution of child sexual abuse images and videos. And on the other hand, there are the fundamental rights of the rest of online users to privacy and data protection. So at the core of this legislative proposal is to strike a balance on all those fundamental rights. The fundamental rights of children certainly are not above the fundamental rights of the rest of users, but the opposite is not true either. It's not that privacy should be above everything. There has to be a balance of all the fundamental rights at stake. And we believe that the Commission proposal strikes that balance by ensuring that detection, including interpersonal communications, is possible while safeguarding the other fundamental rights at stake. The EU Center, its main role will be to facilitate the risk assessment by the companies, the detection by the companies. It will also receive the reports from the companies, will make sure that there are no false positives, and it will forward the reports to law enforcement so that law enforcement can act and rescue victims from ongoing abuse. I will say a few words about the criminal law instrument that at the moment is the directive from 2011, and it's a directive that covers the prosecution of offenders, the protection of victims, and prevention. It has 5 main parts, which correspond to what I just mentioned before, including the definition of the terms that are used in the criminal law instrument and the definition of the offenses and the corresponding penalties. This legislative proposal is from 2011, so it's already 13 years old, and it covers both the offline and the online components. And you can imagine that 13 years when it comes to the online world is a different era, almost. So there was a need to update this legislative proposal. I can go later into the details if needed, but mostly is to make sure that we are criminalizing all the forms of child sexual abuse and exploitation, notably online. In terms of next steps in this legislative framework to prevent and combat child sexual abuse, first we need to conclude the interinstitutional negotiations for notably the long-term regulation, the one that will establish the center and will impose obligations on companies. And this year, there will be a new commission in place after the European elections in June. So for the next mandate, the focus will be on implementing the long-term regulation and the revision of the directive, which may include opening infringement procedures to member states if needed. Thank you. It was a bit short, but I hope I gave you an overview of the different legislative initiatives that we have in the EU, and I'm very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for letting the public know, the audience know about the EU legal framework when it comes to fighting online child sexual abuse. And specifically, thank you for pointing out the strategic steps that Moldova must take in its process of European integration and joining the European Union. Thank you very much, sir. Now, we are in the second part of the panel, Q&A. Now, if there are questions from the audience, we are ready to take those and together with the panel members answer the questions, and maybe you want to clarify certain things when it comes to the topics discussed in this panel. Now, let's see if we have any questions coming from the online. Now, if there is no questions coming from the online, then I think we have. Do we have a question? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Mick Moran from Ireland. I have a question for Antonio because it will feed into a panel that's coming on this afternoon. Antonio, if you could help us to know if there is anything in the directive recast that improves obligations on member states in relation to investigations, please.
Shall I come in?
Antonio, I have a question for you in relation to the recast of the directive. This is Mick Moran.
Yeah, I heard you, Mick. I heard you a bit far, but I think I got the gist of the question in relation to whether the recast contain provisions on investigation and prosecutions, and indeed it does. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, we hear you. You can answer.
So, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So I was saying that indeed the recast contains provisions on investigation and prosecutions, and notably it includes requirements for member states to ensure that member states have effective investigative tools linked to the use of online technologies, including undercover investigations on the dark web. Also, it includes new articles to criminalize the running of online forums, including in the dark web. And it also sets minimum standards in relation to the length of statutes of limitations to allow victims to prosecute the offender for a longer period of time compared to today. And it also includes provisions on mandatory reporting of an offense, at least by professionals working in close contact with children.
Vă mulțumim mult.
Thank you very much. If there are any other questions, please.
Noi vă mulțumim.
Thank you too. If there are other questions, both online or in the offline settings, if not, then let me ask two questions. Those present physically here. Tell us, please, Mr. Vlejo, for example, the experience and the planning of activities for 2024 with regard to the specialized committee on the platform of the National Human Rights Council with regard to the monitoring process and ensuring the implementation of the Lanzarote Convention for 2024. What did the Ministry of Internal Affairs plan on this particular platform? Thank you very much for your question. On the Lanzarote Convention platform, we've planned more activities that do not refer specifically to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, including discussions about the drafting of a common action plan by the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, together with all the actors involved, in order to ensure safe internet, so safety of children online. We have discussions held about the way in which this document is going to be integrated and operationalized at the level of each authority, and at the same time we are analyzing every time the challenges faced when implementing this convention, increasing the new cases, and we are discussing also new ways of intervention with proposals. So this is what was planned for 2024. Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, tell me please, in the context of safer protection of victims and rehabilitation of victims, children, victims of online abuse, what are you planning, or what remedies, what services do you have to provide to this category of beneficiaries in the social protection system? Thank you very much. The needs are very big. We do have a center in Belts. We work in order to establish a similar center in the southern region, in Cahul, and this year we are planning investments, very significant ones, in the field of child protection. We would like to triple the number of specialists in the field of child protection, and this is going to happen very soon. We are strengthening also this institutional chain. We are going to have specialists at the level of the agency, at the level of districts, and for this year we have this ambition together with the colleagues from this department. We, on the one hand, we'll try pilot important model here, and on the other hand we are working on a methodology to measure and to see the efficiency and the needs of the multidisciplinary teams from the districts, because the most recent cases that took place and that got to our attention, we showed some very significant gaps in this sense. And now we are trying to address this process to see, for example, by regions, by areas, if there are any problems related to, including with our colleagues from the internal affairs, from social assistance, health, and so on. And we are going to try to make it more dynamic, these efforts, and on the other hand, to see what are the needs, because my firm conviction is that we can ask a lot from our colleagues in first line, but without coming with necessary support and necessary tools, this will not bring the desired results. It's as if in the morning or in the second part of the day when you are very tired and you just have a double espresso, thinking you have got more energy, but then in half an hour it's back to the initial state. So we need to make these efforts much more sustainable, and obviously also investments in the capacity. The turnover of staff is very high in any area. In addition to the fact that we do have a significant crisis of human resources, the flow is really big. So this turnover is really big. So this is the reality. It's the baseline, both in the field of internal affairs as well as in not just there. In the country, we have a turnover of at least 20% every year. You can imagine how system is functioning when every day 20% of the staff is coming and leaving without having a robust system of professional training, initial one and ongoing. And the last aspect that I wanted to point out, which is very important, is about case management. We are planning to improve it, to make it very strong, and we do have in the discussions within the government a decision to be discussed, which aims at approving this system. Our colleagues did work significantly on this, and we are going to have much clearer traceability of the cases. We will try to see to enhance our liabilities. It's true the challenges you have mentioned are really big, but we do count very much on your leadership capacity, moreover that you have a very professional team behind you, people dedicated to this sector. So we have another question to Mrs. McAvey, to Karen. Mrs. Karen, tell us please, what is the main recommendation from the experience you have presented and you have for the policy makers from the Republic of Moldova with regard to the measures, emerging measures that shall be undertaken? So your main recommendation in the context of developing a framework, both a regulatory framework and a legal framework, in order to have a safety space for children online.
Thank you very much for your question. There are a number of aspects I could mention, but perhaps I can just focus in on one. I'm conscious of time. In our experience of working to develop our draft online safety code, one aspect that's been extremely important and valuable has been engaging with and consulting with a very wide range of stakeholders. Our work to prepare our draft online safety code included a public consultation where we sought information and perspectives from the public, from different parties, about how we should develop the code. And we followed up then, once we prepared our draft online safety code, with a public consultation to hear different perspectives and views on what we're proposing in our draft code by way of regulation. We received 1,300 responses by the end of January, and we're in the process of considering those. We also, and I mentioned this during my input earlier, a very important part of our work during our first year of operation was to set up a youth advisory committee to hear their views. The committee comprises young people as well as representatives of young people organisations that represent their rights and interests. And I noticed that your Minister for Labour and Social Protection earlier talked about the importance of consultation with children. We see ourselves as having a lot to learn from children and young people's experiences and perspectives, their priorities. They may have, a different take on things, which is important we hear from. So I think one of the things I'd suggest will be important is widespread consultation, including with children and young people.
Thank you very much, dear participants, to this event. Here we are ready to close the works of panel number 2. And in conclusion, I would say that we have still a lot of work to do. The priorities have been pointed out very well, both national and European. I hope that this panel of today, by the presentations made by them, will help us join our efforts and bring us together at other events in the context of assuming and pointing out the priorities presented in this panel with regard to the transposition of the legislation of the European Union in the national context and ensuring a safe online environment for children. Thank you very much. Mrs. Lilia Pascal, thank you very much. Mr. Minister Buzu, Mr. Dumitru Vleju, thank you very much for all the information provided. Dear invitees, thank you very much for the attention with which you listen to us. Now we have lunch break. After lunch break, you can look at the exhibition of drawings carried out by the La Strada Center, meaning by children, in fact, from the schools in Moldova. And you can also visit the fair of the NGOs, their stands, which are in the hall. You can see the information and different equipment, robotics about online safety of children. See you after the lunch break.
Stimați oaspeți, vă rugăm să vă ocupați locurile în sală. Stimați invitați, vă mulțumim tare mult că ați...
Dear invitees, thank you very much for staying with us. Our forum continues with another panel of discussion entitled On Combating Online Child Sexual Abuse Standards for Law Enforcement Agencies. Under this panel, we are planning to analyze the key trends and emerging threats in the field of child sexual exploitation and abuse online from the Europol point of view. The moderator of this panel will be Victor Willy Apreotese, the EU High-Level Advisor in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. For over 13 years as Director of the Information FIU, as First Deputy Head of the Police of Romania, now High-Level Advisor in the field of Internal Affairs, Mr. Police Caster Apreotese did support the authorities of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much, and you have the floor. Thank you very much. Because I've seen the figures, probably you all saw the reports, we've seen the legislative commitment, and most often in the back of our minds we are thinking about what it means to transpose them into the reality and what does it mean to work 24 hours, 7 days in a week on topics so difficult to bring in front of the public, as we've seen, or like the European Commissar told us in the morning. Since this is not an easy mission, we have chosen to come with additional forces, and the team of this panel is formed of the Chief Prosecutor of the Department for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings from the General Prosecutor's Office, Mr. Sergiu Rusu. Please join us here.
Kyle Reynolds. Kyle, I think you were with us. He's a trial attorney and federal prosecutor with the Child Exploitation and Obscenity section within the Criminal Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. Kyle, if you are online, just nod or say yes so we can hear you.
I am here. Hello, everyone.
Great.
And also here with us we have Yuri Roshka, the head of the Center for Combating Cybercrime in the Republic of Moldova. And since we've seen in the presentation of Mr. Vlejdo that he is a person whose forces are going to be built, strengthened.
Who is a lecturer. Hi, Mick. He's a lecturer at the University College Dublin, a serving police officer in Ireland, and a former assistant director of human trafficking and child exploitation, vulnerable communities, used to be working in Interpol. So, gentlemen,
I have a sin and I would like to witness, I like to talk. But today I will try to balance the situation and to leave some space to my colleagues. So getting prepared for this panel, I have looked through a book that I read some time ago. The book is since 2015, which is called Future Crimes by Mark Goodman. And he's explaining there in that book, he's speaking there about the emergence or appearance of cybercrimes and what the state was supposed to do to address this issue, this problem. And he's telling very nicely how at a certain moment in time, around the 70s or 80s, his head of unit came into the office and asked, does anyone know what's a computer about? And only one person raised their hand, and that one
was appointed as responsible to deal with cybercrime in the US, so the start was really difficult. And also in this book he is discussing about the fact that making a comparison, making some similarities, he says that the internet is for criminals, which was like the train was for the bandits, for horse drivers from Wild West. They were coming in the morning and move from one range to the other. And this was not like today in these residence blocks when you could come there with full wallets. There you had to travel, and then when you got to a ranch you had to make the illegalities and then drive again the horse and then ride again the horse and go to the north ranch. So the train brought all these ranges into one single carriage, and in this train, and then the profits became higher. So this is what he was saying about internet in his book of 2015. So now, since we are all aware of this in the law enforcement, different cybercrime structures started to be created. And since cybercrime developed, obviously everything now has something to deal with internet. So we are calling cybercrime, but now we have a new title like the Internet Enabling Crime. And because the structures of cybercrime structures were made of people with skills that are above average, and then if ordinary theft or robbery of a cash machine or of your phone and then it is used, it is called cybercrime, then it means we use the elite of the law enforcement for small offenses. And then now, since 2015, almost 10 years afterwards, I'm not sure you can think easily about an offense that would not be committed by using internet. So whether this is like we've heard in the morning examples, or if someone went there to study or sold their TV or a watch or the phone, it's very difficult to imagine something without internet. So now, since the beginning in the law enforcement we were not speaking at all about the cyber element, now we started talking a lot about it, and now here we are today speaking about certain niches of the cyber, which is called online child sexual exploitation. So what is good is that at the European level, I remember in 2019 when Romania was presiding the Council, European Council, also in a format with the Commissar Eva Johansson, we've made in Europol what is called the Novel Actionable Information Platform, where we were explaining again to all the law enforcement bodies in Europe that by default I've graduated from the police academy in 2000. No one taught me forensic computer or anything forensic there, and no one taught me on what shall I look for when I go at 6 in the morning for a search, in addition to searching for invoices, because tax evasion was very flourishing, to find assets like TVs or something, and if I found them, to take them from the socket and then put them in the middle of the room and then write a report or list of this. And if you do this in the cybercrime, and if you switch off the server, then all the evidence is lost. And this is how adaptation does not mean just to look for people, but also to find those institutional processes by which you can get assured that what's called new for the society, it does not mean only to deal with what's on the table, let's say. I told you I like to speak a lot, so I believe it's already half forbidden because I admitted I have this sin. So now I'd like to invite the Chief Prosecutor of the Department for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings from the General Prosecutor's Office to give us several hints about what it means, or what are the challenges of law, or what challenges do they have on investigating such kind of offences, and what does it mean to be the promoter and implementer of policies in the field of law enforcement in the Republic of Moldova. Ladies and gentlemen, honored audience, today I was appointed here to represent the General Prosecutor's Office within this international forum to present those practices and those lessons learned that we have learned during our activity. And from the very start, I would like to note down why me, as a head of the Department for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings, I came here to speak about online exploitation and abuse. In 2018, the General Prosecutor's Office, we conceptualized the vision with regard to these types of crimes, and in particular I'm referring here about child pornography, and these offenses will be like a red thread in my presentation. And this offense, at the first sight, very insignificant for the judiciary practice, but which has some repercussions over the life of children, and which ultimately is nothing else than direct evidence of committing an offense or exploitation of a child. So getting back to the history, in 2018, the General Prosecutor's Office decides that this Department of Combating Trafficking in Human Rights in Human Beings will become responsible also for the implementation of the Zarosi Convention, this being under the mandate of the Cybercrime Department. Why was it done? Because the department that is dealing with combating cybercrime was looking at these offenses like to an offense against the information content, and we, or us, in the Department of Combating Human Being Trafficking, we are putting on the first place the victims of the trafficking cases, and hence the victim child was decided to be in the focus of the investigations carried out for this category of offenses, of crimes. So getting back from the history to practical aspects, recently in November there has been transmitted to the court a case of child trafficking, which started absolutely, let's say, accidentally from an information transmitted by the colleagues from Australia, who said and informed us that they have identified sexual abuse material against children, which we call in case law child pornography still, which apparently shows the face of a girl from Moldova. So we had nothing else than this digital evidence, and we had the information that this person or this child is from our country. So this information was taken over by us, and if we were talking in the language of cybercrime, we would focus on the content of this information. And for us, it would have been important to identify that person who has made this content or picture, who passed this information. We are working on a different perspective. On the first place, we decided to identify the child that was subject to sexual exploitation, and obviously identification of that abuser, and check how exactly did the events unroll and how did these materials get to Australia. And as I explained, this case was sent to the court. And the whole network was identified, even a world network of pedophiles, because some of the beneficiaries of these offenses were from Europe. Some of the offenses have been committed on the territory of our country. The child was exploited under other jurisdictions, and the sexual abuse materials against the child from our country were spread in the whole world. So it is absolutely clear that technology makes a child who apparently is exploited in one hidden location to be able to be exploited by an infinite number of abusers who are exchanging these files, and who obviously shall be identified, because if they are not stopped, then the crimes would continue, other children will be found and be exploited, obviously. As members of the international community, the law enforcement bodies from the Republic of Moldova are concerned to be in line with the international community, ensuring at the national level the implementation of standards that are recognized and admitted in the field of child protection. In the Republic of Moldova, this phenomenon of abuse and sexual abuse and exploitation by using technologies has has been brought to the attention of everyone, along with the ratification by our country of the Lanzarote Convention. The ratification of this convention did give an impulse in the legislation of all the countries that ratified it, as well as in our country, when in 2011 there have been made amendments to the criminal code with more specific crimes specific to sexual abuse and exploitation of children online. And I'm referring here to Article 175 on use of minors for sexual purposes, child pornography and prostitution of children. So, trying to understand the dynamic of these cases, in time, because of the development of skills, let's say, of law enforcement bodies mainly, but also thanks to the developments in the technology and access to technology for more people, in particular children, the number of these offenses started growing. And if in the first years since our department is monitoring this area, and I'm referring here to the years 2018-19, when we have had registered like 4 to 5 cases of offenses related to luring minors for sexual purposes, the famous grooming exercise. At the moment, in 2023, this number got to 18. Comparing it to 2022, we have an increase of over 100%, because in 22 we had only 8 offenses of this category detected. What does it mean, this growth? It means that, first of all, the methods of investigation, proactive ones that we are using, our law enforcement bodies, started functioning, which means that the public is informed about these categories of offenses and the danger of these offenses, and obviously the system of reporting becomes more active, reporting sexual abuse and exploitation mechanism, which brings the first results, let's say, and obviously it determines also the danger in which the child is, because from what we know, the latent phenomenon or this category of offenses is really high. So the law enforcement bodies detect up to 10% maximum of all the offenses committed. So can you imagine how many offenses of those that are being committed are not even recorded by the institutions and not investigated? The figure is absolutely disproportional related to the danger of this phenomenon. So, I will ask also to mention the concern of the General Prosecutor's Office with regard to this type of information. And for these purposes, I would like to point out that in 2021, the General Prosecutor adopted methodological instruction, a general one, referring to the norms and legal international tools related to the national one in the field of fight against sexual exploitation and abuse, where we came with the first responses to the challenges of the practitioners in qualifying these offenses of this category, because there were a multitude number of practices, and some of them more successful, the other one less successful, both law enforcement and investigative as well as judicial practices. And in this context, we were supposed to make a more comprehensive analysis to bring or to come with certain responses or suggestions to the litigants with regard to how they shall act in a different situation. And these suggestions were determined both by the correct qualification of the offenses as well as by the evidence that was supposed to be collected to be able to prove a certain offense. Moreover, that draft law that Mrs. Minister Mikhailov Moraro spoke about was drafted was signed, in fact, by the General Prosecutors, being drafted by other actors involved in the field with the support of the International Centrul La Strada. So the initiative to come with this draft law and promote it comes from the General Prosecutor's Office. So we are now at a stage, let's say, which is rather advanced within this project, but the event of today made me believe that this draft is supposed to be adjusted and improved, first of all, from the point of view of those capacities that artificial intelligence is providing, and those possibilities to create deep fakes by means of copy faces that is done. And as the Commissar mentioned about the case in Spain, where the children did prepare a movie, a film, by engaging children So the situation that determines a legal criminal response, a situation that shall be provided for in the future draft. So, speaking in general, we are just at the start. I believe that we shall admit that those offenders are always one step ahead of us in assimilating technologies and using them for criminal purposes, and in getting to those children via the technology and by means of the applications that gives them the possibility to get to the children without being blocked at the borders or by the closed doors or whatever. In this situation, we are always one step behind, but obviously, the more we get engaged, the more we adjust the tools, both the legal ones as well as those necessary to investigate this category of crimes, we will manage to provide that minimal protection to children who are prone to this risk. So if you have any questions to me, please let me know. Thank you very much. Any questions in the room to this topic? Thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor. So we've seen in the presentation, in the brief presentation made by the prosecutor, he mentioned that they are always one step ahead of us. Probably what we have now, and the Rangers did not have as a challenge, they was running after those criminals. In the example given by Mark Woodman with the train and the farmers, at that time maybe the police officers did not have to understand how is the train functioning, how is it working. They were not supposed to look at the mechanisms of propulsion of the trains and so on. Not so much as we shall look at the moment, when in what we call codes, scripts, and why shall we do it? Because, again, maybe I'm jumping from one thing to the other, but simply there are very few structures of preparing what we call prosecution law enforcement in general, which, if we look at the curricula of the police academies or law enforcement bodies, in which you are going, if you see there IT, and you will never see it, and even less AI or machine learning. And all these skills, we shall take them from the free market. So the challenge here is that in order to investigate this kind of offenses, one needs the same people, the same resources that in the private sector are most often the price is double. So that is why the wages shall be double. So that is why in Europe, you can find in Europol the Europol Innovation Lab, and that is why these partnerships have been built with the private companies, and every time, at least if you look at the projects like Horizon, Research, Innovation, Development, you can see that these partnerships are being encouraged. And I remember that we have had a 4 million call around 2016 or 17, in which to be eligible for that project from the Commission, the amount being of 4 million for 2 years, only for investigation of crimes, but to be eligible for that, you needed at least 16 member states to be able to apply for that project. So this, thus, in a way, the Commission was pushing the law enforcement bodies to join efforts and to understand better these common challenges.
Threats and trends. I'm looking at Kyle, who, as I mentioned, he's a trial attorney and a federal prosecutor. Nice seeing you, Kyle. I hope you can hear us. Can you give us a perspective on the trends and threats, and what are the biggest challenges that you face in this field of online sexual abuse and exploitation?
Yes, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Are you able to hear me okay in the room?
we hear loud and clear, yes.
Yes, okay, terrific. All right, well, thank you to all of you. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to be speaking on this panel and to this audience. My name is Kyle Reynolds. I am a trial attorney and a federal prosecutor with the United States Department of Justice, and more specifically with a component called the Child Exploitation and Obscenity Section, which is also known as CEOS. And in case you're not familiar with CEOS, the Child Exploitation and Obscenity Section, we are the headquarters component of the United States Department of Justice that focuses on crimes involving the sexual abuse and exploitation of children. We are first and foremost a prosecutor's office. We investigate and prosecute crimes against children all across the country. In this component, in this capacity, we work with national and international law enforcement, and we focus heavily on online offenses involving high technology, and in particular offenses with international aspects, because victims or offenders or evidence is located outside the United States. That's often a reason for us to get involved. We also provide a lot of training and advice to prosecutors and law enforcement and judges, both in the United States and outside the United States. And we strive to influence and draft legislation and policy in the United States. So I'd like to speak a little bit today about some trends and some threats and challenges we're seeing here at the U.S. Department of Justice when it comes to child sexual exploitation online. I'm going to talk about this at a very high level. Virtually everything that I'm going to say today could be its own presentation. And you'll hear me repeat some of the themes that we've heard already, but I think those themes really bear repeating. And when I'm talking about trends and threats and challenges, I really want to focus on three themes. One is scale, the scale of the issue we're facing. Two is complexity, the complexity of the issue we're facing. And three is dangerousness. When it comes to scale, what we're seeing here in the United States is compared to 20 years, 10 years, even 5 years ago, there are significantly more opportunities for minors to be exploited over the internet. And either that's because they're specifically targeted by offenders online, or because they're just on the internet for their own purposes and they come into contact with offenders. There's several reasons for this. One is every day there are more and more minors on the internet and in social media. And not only are there more minors on the internet and in social media, but they spend more time there. I can't speak to widely trends among children in other countries, but I will say in the United States, it's extremely common for young people to have their own internet-connected computers and their own internet-connected smartphones. Some children get smartphones as young as 9 or 10 years old, maybe even younger. Certainly not my children, but lots of children in the United States. And many children and parents see this not just as a luxury, but as a social necessity, because children in the United States, and I'm very certain outside the United States, this is where they hang out. A lot of social activity that children are participating in takes place over social media, takes place over webcam. And if a kid doesn't have a smartphone, they're going to suffer socially. And this creates a lot of pressure for parents to provide their children with internet-connected devices and a certain amount of time that they spend on those devices without supervision. Again, an opportunity for children to come into contact with offenders. We've also seen, as I'm sure everyone has seen across the globe, including in Moldova, there's been an explosion in social media companies. It seems like not too long ago, there was a relatively small and manageable number of social media platforms that we needed to be aware of. And now there are dozens and dozens of companies and applications and programs and platforms that we need to be familiar with to do our work. These platforms are heavily used by minors. Generally speaking, when children come on these platforms, these are all opportunities for them to come into contact with offenders. And it absolutely goes without saying that these social media companies, many of which are based in the United States, they're not doing nearly enough to combat this. Some social media companies don't do much enforcement at all. Those that do enforcement is really unreliable. And some social media companies we've seen can even unintentionally, I hope, promote illegal content through algorithms. We've also seen that even companies that aren't primarily social media companies have opportunities, provide opportunities for minors and offenders to connect. And in particular, one thing we're seeing in the United States is video gaming companies. Video games online, they often have communication components. And we at the Department of Justice are seeing a lot of child exploitation that begins on video gaming platforms. It doesn't necessarily take place there, but offenders and children will come into contact on video gaming platforms, and then the offender will move the child somewhere else. So on the theme of scale, which is the scale of children on the internet, which provides opportunities for them to come into contact with offenders, that's increasing. It's increased dramatically. We expect that it will increase more. All right, the second thing I want to talk about is complexity. And I want to talk about this in two senses. The first is complexity in technology that makes it more difficult for us to fight this problem. One issue that we're having in the United States that I know that everyone across the globe is having is we are facing more and more technological difficulties getting evidence from social media and online tech companies. And there are a couple reasons for this. One is many companies are moving toward end-to-end encrypted messaging and encrypted online storage. Now, what this means for us is when there are communications online, when an offender and a minor are engaged in some kind of sexually exploitive conduct, we can't get this evidence to use in our prosecution. We, in many cases, will not be able to identify offenders, and we will not be able to identify and rescue victims because the evidence just isn't available to us because it's fully encrypted. And that's a problem on its own. But what's a greater problem is the companies themselves, those that do enforcement, they can't see these messages because they're encrypted. So the companies themselves will not be able to identify instances of exploitation. They will not be able to send referrals to NCMEC. There will not be cyber tips coming out to Moldova, coming out to the United States, coming out to other countries that arise out of these instances. We're also seeing a lot of applications that intentionally do not retain user data. They don't retain IP addresses, usernames, phone numbers, that sort of thing. And needless to say, these are platforms that offenders use in great numbers. We're also seeing applications that just simply don't respond to legal process at all. The most egregious of which currently the most prominent is Telegram. And of course, this is not a new problem, but we see many offenders using anonymization tools that makes it difficult for them to be identified, tools such as the Tor network, other dark web applications, VPNs. And what this does is it allows some offenders to engage openly in criminal activity online with a lesser chance of being discovered. It's certainly much more difficult for us to identify these people when they're using these tools. So that's complexity when it comes to technology that makes our jobs more difficult. We're also seeing increased technology when it comes to offender behavior. And just to highlight a few examples of this, we're seeing an increase in sextortion. I'm sure this is happening all across the globe. Situations in which an offender obtains child sexual abuse material from a child and then essentially blackmails them into producing more by threatening to release the sexual abuse material to their friends if they don't comply. This has long been a problem by people motivated sexually, pedophiles online. We're seeing an increase, a dramatic increase in offenders engaging in sextortion for financial purposes. They're not necessarily interested in the sexual abuse material. They just want money from the children. This has sadly led to a number of suicides in the United States. Some other complex offender behaviors we're seeing more so than in previous years. Crowdsourced child exploitation, which is groups of offenders that trick children into producing CSAM online or to performing sexually on webcams. We're also seeing an increase in cyber sex trafficking, which is what we're referred to when offenders in the United States pay individuals outside the United States to produce live streams of children being sexually abused, unfortunately, often by their parents. Just a few more examples. One, we've seen an increase in live audience online child sexual abuse. over platforms such as the very one that I'm speaking to you over right now. Instances of children being sexually abused for an audience over Zoom or over equivalent conferencing software. And of course, again, not a new problem, but certainly a persistent problem, is the existence of online child sexual exploitation communities, places where offenders come together, normalize their behavior, share identities of children who might be exploited, and share tips and tricks about how to exploit children without being caught. This ranges from small chat groups that have just a few people in them to large flourishing communities on the Tor network that contain tens of thousands, maybe more individuals. This is all very complex behavior. It crosses national borders and it's very dangerous for children. So I know I'm running short on time, so I just want to hit very briefly the third theme that I want to talk about, which is dangerousness. And what we're seeing in the United States is offenders appear to be getting more dangerous over time and more numb to the suffering of children. We're seeing online child sexual abuse material production offenders that aren't just getting children to produce CSAM, but to engage in self-harm, intentionally getting children to cut themselves, to brand the offender's name on the child bodies, horrifying situations. And a number of these offenders, a subset of the offenders, seem fairly indifferent to the risk of suicide that comes with this behavior. We're also seeing CSAM offenders being interested in more graphic and violent material. It used to be that it was a rare defendant who had depictions of torture or death or gore among his collection. That's becoming much more common. And we're also seeing individuals get into CSAM at a younger age because it is just much more available than it has been in the past. It's not unusual in the United States to see hardened offenders who are juveniles, some of which who are well below the age of 18, some as young as 14, 13, 12, maybe even younger. So we're seeing more hardened and more technologically sophisticated offenders than we have been seeing in the past. So this is just a very, very brief overview of some of the trends and challenges we're facing in the United States here. I'm very sorry to say that most of these trends are negative. We're seeing more offenders, more victims, and more challenges. And a variety of tactics are needed to stop this. The one that we at the Department of Justice are most best positioned to provide is a robust law enforcement response. And international cooperation and collaboration is an extremely important component of that response.
So thank you, Kyle. So what I got from your response for the three stages you explained, and obviously U.S. is cooperating worldwide, and you've touched grounds with different experts. But what do you see as the biggest challenges in terms of international cooperation? Because that was the last phrase you used. Do you see any difficulties in would legislation hinder sometimes our international cooperation? Would there be a lack of capabilities in some countries, or the lack of trained personnel? So how would you rank these three items? If
being in terms of legislation, lack of capabilities, and lack of personnel, it's difficult to rank. I think lack of resources is a problem across the world. Certainly, we in the United States think that we don't have enough resources to deal with the problem, and we're aware that we have significantly more resources than other countries. So we understand that other countries are really struggling to keep up, just as we are. You know, foreign legislation is not something we are affected by all that much. One thing that we have really had a lot of success with in our investigations is informal law enforcement to law enforcement relationships that allows us in the United States in law enforcement to obtain evidence quickly from foreign partners without the need, at least at first, to go through the MLAT process. And specifically, I know the FBI has a violent crimes against children task force that Moldova is represented on that task force. Sometimes foreign legislation or legal culture is an impediment to us getting evidence that we need. Fortunately, it's not typically an impediment to us providing evidence that we need. But we've had good luck with that, and that allows us to be in a position where foreign legislation doesn't necessarily affect us that much. And in terms of trained personnel, it's absolutely an issue. Most of the countries we deal with, we have point people, individuals who are well trained and very experienced. And oftentimes we only need one point of contact in a foreign country. But we're well aware that oftentimes that person we're dealing with is the only expert or one of the only experts. That person is essentially drowning in work. So I think it's difficult to rank, but I would say resource limitations is a very high issue for us all across the world. It's probably the biggest impediment we see, where law enforcement just doesn't have enough resources to deal with the scope of the problem. Below that is probably trained personnel, and then legislation in foreign countries. It's not something we experience, although I know that it's something that affects you and other people in your home countries on a day-to-day basis very deeply.
Great, thank you very much for your inputs.
I'll give the floor now. I'll come from US to Moldova. I'll ask you, Roshka, the head of the Center for Combating Cybercrime.
He will, as we saw in US, the prospect of working 24/7 with these cases. Yuri, go ahead. Honored State Secretary, honored colleagues, honored audience. Sexual abuse against children online. This is a very important problem, not just for Moldova, but also at the global level. Every case of abuse endangers the child development and health, and in every image, video, or photo which depicts such abuses and which is uploaded on the internet shows these tragic and traumatizing moments. Now, lately, Moldova has such forms as grooming the minor for sexual purposes, sexual harassment, spreading materials of sexual abuse on children. Now, as the Minister of Internal Affairs mentioned, in 2023, 416 criminal cases have been started, and which are sexual in nature against children. Of them, 72 cases have been conducted with the use of IT. So, fighting these crimes requires a complex and coordinated approach at the interinstitutional level. In Moldova, like in other countries, law enforcement has a crucial role to investigate these crimes, and within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, our subdivision is the center for fighting cybercrime. And namely, having in its composition section number 3, where we have specialized officers in this area. In 2023, the staff of this unit has detected and taken down more than 183,000 photos and more than 5,000 video files with child pornography. At the same time, we have uploaded in the specialized database more than 1,050 photos and videos which previously haven't been So this agreement has sped up the exchange of data exchange and optimized the process of taking down web pages hosted in Moldova. As a result of the cooperation, only during 2023, the officers of the center have received more than 2,200 cyber tips. And even though, as a result of the review, we haven't identified suspects or victims from Moldova, this actually speaks about the fact that we need to have more sustained efforts in order to ensure a safer digital environment. The creation of the hotline service is a good example for the development of a similar platform for other types of crimes. Let me also mention that in order to fight this phenomenon, the Center for Fighting Cybercrime works with other subdivisions of the police, such as the Center for Fighting Trafficking Human Beings, the Cybercrime Department of ENG, because many cases of sexual abuse of children committed offline can show tips that the same person can do the same thing online against children. At the same time, at the international level, the Center for Fighting Cybercrime cooperates both with international law enforcement, such as Europol and Interpol, but also with ISPs, such as Meta or TikTok. One of the good examples of cooperation that Mr. Prosecutor talked about is the resounding case from the previous year when a parent who was selling on darknet materials depicting his own minor daughter. This case was a success just only due to the cooperation of the center with the specialized prosecution office, but also with international law enforcement from Australia, US, and Europol. I couldn't give you more details, but since we talk about darknet and AI, I should tell you that the Center for Fighting Cybercrime is strengthening its efforts in the victim of sexual abuse. Once that these materials, photos and video materials, disappear from the internet network and not be accessed by other people who are interested in children. Children with whom police interacts must be treated in a special manner, given the peculiarities of the age of this person. Specifically, when we talk about protecting these children from sex crimes. Now, in order to respect children's rights, the police is trained in this area. But it's also they are also responsible when they directly interact with children or through parents or guardians. So it is crucial to focus our efforts to protect the welfare and rights of children, not only by training and informing police, but also by ensuring digital education of parents and children when it comes to the safe use of internet and social platforms. Only in this way we can create a safe digital environment for children. Thank you. Thank you, Yuri. Is this question? You touched upon the topic on short and medium term in the area of fighting these offenses. Where do you see that the General Police Inspectorate and your department are positioned? Well, for sure, in order to advance, in order to fight this phenomenon, we need investment. We need investment in technology, advanced technology. We need investment in trainings, in study visits, and also we also need to create clear mechanisms of cooperation with ISPs at the national level, but also at the international level. Not least, we need to adjust our legal framework, which should allow us to work efficiently
and more rapidly in order to be able to solve many of the issues which are not clear now. Thank you.
Mike, you're up. So for you, looking at your extensive experience, could you share with us best practices, what you have encountered so far, and since we talked about resources and skills, what would be the ideal structure, or what road should we take in order to boost this our efforts for law enforcement? Thank you, Mick.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank La Strada, U.S. Embassy, of course, for funding, Ministry. It is an indication of how serious this crime is taken when we see a conference such as this, or seminar such as this, being opened by the President of the Republic, the Commissioner for Home Affairs from the European Union, the Minister from Moldova. This type of support is first and foremost essential. No project can succeed without the support from the high level. No project. And no phenomenon can be properly tackled within society without the support of the level of President, the level of Commissioner, the level of Minister. So this really is heartwarming for me to come here. That being said, I think it's also important to point out that the person who organized this seminar is clearly either divorced or single, because they organized so that we have to travel on Valentine's night, which means that I could very soon be divorced or single because I had to travel to Moldova. I have a few slides. I think you may have them here. Yeah, brilliant. Following on from Jan and Uri is not easy. First of all, because I have to speak in English. I unfortunately don't speak Romanian. I speak many other languages, but not Romanian. It's my next project. But of course, this type of high-level support is brilliant. This type of legal framework is brilliant. This type of police cooperation, as Chad spoke about from the US, this type of police-to-police cooperation with the slow and cumbersome MLAT process coming behind is essential. But the very nature of the internet and the network of networks allows this type of hidden services like Tor or different dark nets to exist. But then it also allows this type of dark service or dark app like Telegram, for example, to exist. Is it acceptable to us in the world that we have applications such as Telegram who change their legal address every week and makes the serving of any sort of legal process difficult and nearly impossible? Is this acceptable to us? This, for me, is the next battle for our legal friends, is to make this possible. We heard the Commissioner this morning, and we heard the Antonio from the Commission say the same thing. They said about the balance of rights. And our whole world is a balance of rights. Everything we do every day is a balance of rights. And the rights of the children versus the rights to a private life. Where is the middle ground? Will we find it eventually? I certainly hope so. So what I wanted to talk to you today about was really the ideal police structure that we might see and what has developed. And in a lot of ways, what we see in the European Union, what we see in my country, in Ireland, for example, in France, in Germany, we see what has evolved rather than what has been set up. Because I am working in this area since 1997. That's when I started to work in this area. And he talked about Mark Goodman's excellent book. Mark is a good friend of mine, and his book is an excellent book. And he talked about the guy who was put in charge of cyber because he knew how to use a computer. I was the same in my section. I was part of the domestic violence and sexual assault section in 1997. Domestic violence and sexual assault, two very serious things. This has all evolved now. It used to be called the Woman and Child Team before it was called the Domestic Violence Team. Now it's called Vulnerable Communities, or it's called the Protective Services Bureau. Because things evolve, times evolve, and police units are the same. They evolve. And for me, it was like, you know something about computers, therefore you're in charge of the internet. So I became in charge of the internet. And I have been realizing how small I am ever since that day, in terms of how big the internet has become and how it is changing humanity. How they will look back in 100 years and say that we, us in this room, are living through an information revolution which is as big, if not bigger, than the Industrial Revolution was in the 19th century. This is a fact. Our grandchildren, great-grandchildren will look back on this period and things we are doing now as being naive and childish and downright reckless to a certain extent. So the big question really is, what is online child exploitation? Is it a cybercrime or is it a crime against children? And evolution-wise, we tend to be lazy and say that anything to do with computers or information or communication technologies is cybercrime. But in reality, is it? Is a cybercrime not a crime against networks, a crime against machines, which results in a loss to people? But child exploitation is a crime against people, a crime against human beings. And so we might argue that in actual fact it's not a cyber crime, but is in the same way that fraud is not a cyber crime, or I don't know what other crimes happen on the internet. The reality, as Victor said, is that there is no crime nowadays that does not have a certain element of ICT. It does not have a certain element of, every criminal carries a phone, which is sometimes the best way to solve a crime, is through the phone. Every criminal is studying Google Maps if he's doing an armed robbery or whatever, planning his exit route from a serious crime. So surely crimes against children is a cyber-enabled crime. Is there any part of online child exploitation that did not exist before the internet? Fundamentally, one of the biggest mistakes we make within law enforcement, and indeed within prosecutors' offices, and even worse within policy making and decision making, is that we separate online child exploitation from child exploitation. And that is a huge mistake, because they are not separate. They are the same. Is child sexual abuse material, not just a visual representation of the rape of a child? Did grooming not exist before the internet? Were children not being groomed within our societies? Of course they were. It wasn't as visible through the actions of the offenders or through ignorance about what child abuse was, but it existed. Did the rape of children not exist? Did the trafficking of children not exist? Even if we take the sexual extortion of children, that we're seeing a lot of nowadays, did that not exist beforehand? Of course it did. This power over children, this abuse of vulnerability, of course it existed before the internet. So the idea that it is a cyber crime is a mistake, and a big one that can cost time and energy and therefore can delay and slow the reaction of the proper authorities, be they an NGO, be they a parent, be they law enforcement. It can slow it down if they're not making the connection between, as the kids might say, IRL and online. For those old people in the room like me, IRL is internet slang for in real life. So when it is IRL, it's also online. Online is simply a reflection of real life. And so if you're going into setting up, and if you were able to start from scratch, and if somebody came to Uri with a couple of million lei and said, hey Uri, set up an online child exploitation team in Moldova, this might be something like he would produce. It needs a lot more study than this, but I've got two short slides here for you. And I've broken it into two sections. One is strategy and the other is investigation. And what is law enforcement if it is not investigation? It's useless. What is law enforcement if it isn't enforcing the law? If it isn't pulling together files and proofs and evidence and putting it before the prosecutors to bring before the judges so that society can see that justice is being done. And in those investigation sections, you are going to see quite a large section that is forensics and technical support. Because if you ask officers working in this area what is the most stressful, you might think that it's looking at pictures of babies being raped that causes them the most stress, or that dealing with gigabytes and terabytes of abuse and other sordid material is what stresses them out. But when you ask them, they'll tell you, no, it's because my computer is shit. It's because my boss is an asshole. It's because in the summer we're too hot and in the winter we're too cold in our office. These are the things that cause the stress. These are the things that push officers over the edge. These are the reasons that retention is one of the biggest problems we have in this type of unit. It's nothing to do with the material. It's nothing to do with the difficulty involved in the investigations. The law is there. The problems often are around technical support, forensics, and understanding of the bosses. Forensics is a huge part. And most forensic teams will tell you, I don't know if this is true here, maybe Uri can tell me or not, but certainly most forensic teams that I am aware of in the United States, in Europe, in Asia, somewhere between 60 and 80% of their work is child exploitation work. Forensic teams. What does that tell you? Does it tell you that there's 70% more child exploitation than there is malware attacks or ransomware attacks? The reality, of course, is far more finessed than that, far more nuanced. Secondly, you have to have a victim identification team. The days of kicking in the doors, taking a guy by the ear and charging him before the court with 100 images as found on the machine are over. The importance of remembering, putting the child first, and remembering that every single one of these images contains a victim of rape, IRL. Now, if that child is Moldovan, or Irish, or Vietnamese, is the child not a child? Is the child not does the child not benefit from the same rights as a child in your country? If you are a country like Moldova who can help in the international, why would you not have a victim identification team that is feeding into the international victim identification efforts made around the world. Down behind the chair here is again a very important aspect of the work we do, intelligence. Keeping track of who is doing what, where and how, and feeding this into the investigators and the victim identification teams and the forensic teams is ultra important. The international flow of intelligence is there. But unfortunately, if you don't resource the intelligence team within your unit, it's all flowing by. And you're not reaching in and picking out what's useful for you, and you're not making the connections that are important to save kids' lives, even if that kid is in Vietnam. Down here in the bottom left-hand corner is the investigation team. You need good investigators. And the days are over when only volunteers would go into these teams. The days are over when these were the police officers who wore slippers. The days are over when real policemen worked bank robberies and drug crime. This is now a real crime. Child sexual abuse was always treated as a poor relation of other crime. Those days are gone. This can no longer be accepted. And if you are going to have investigations, you have to have two types of investigations. You must have reactive investigations and proactive investigations. The reactive investigations are those where you're getting good intelligence, you're reacting to good, solid intelligence that has been worked up and increased in value. You're getting it from a cyber tip from NECMEC, a tip-off from a file in Ireland or in France, and you're working it up into a proper case to put before the prosecutors and the judges. And the proactive, which is one we heard was a Chad from CIOS saying is sometimes impeded in countries, in some countries. I don't know if it is in Moldova or not, but there's no doubt that you must have a proactive investigation arm within your team. And this is reflected in the directive. As you heard my question to Antonio earlier on, the directive of 2011 has been recast in 2024, and in it, it says specifically that you must apply the same tools, rules, and regulations to online child exploitation that you apply to other forms of serious crime. This is written in the directive. So if you have an impediment here to doing undercover work or online, deep online, proactive investigations where you're scratching and finding these guys, then you need to fix that. And you need to fix it urgently, because there's no point in having a team that's unable to be proactive. There's no point. The internet moves so fast, these guys are so pervasive, and I guarantee you that there are Romanian speakers. And I say Romanian speakers because they could just as easily be Moldovans as Romanians who are involved in these forums that Chad talked about earlier on. In fact, everybody has mentioned them, including the Commissioner this morning. So these are 4 sections, and within each of these sections there is many subsections. Let me go back now to strategy. I say back, but it forms 2 pillars of the same thing. You cannot have one without the other. The days again of simple investigation are gone. You heard Yuri saying that the police also have a responsibility towards prevention. And for prevention, you need PR. It's one important aspect of prevention is public relations. Showing these guys going before the courts. Showing these guys, even if you just put their initials or whatever, the fact that you see them going before the courts and getting properly sentenced for offenses against children online, very important. So your public relations and managing your stakeholders, because there are so many stakeholders. La Strada is a very good example of one of the stakeholders into any unit dealing with children, domestic violence, human trafficking within the police. Then La Strada is a stakeholder. Of course they are, because they represent civil society. And the more you interact with them, the more you let them behind the curtain, will also show confidence that you have in your abilities to do the investigations you have to do, because you have no problem showing them. You're not feeling sensitive to the fact that you don't have, that you're not doing something right, that you don't have enough resources to manage the flow that is coming down the hill. This shows confidence in yourself, confidence in your abilities. Other stakeholders include, we heard Commission on the Mean there from Ireland this morning. They are a huge stakeholder now with the Digital Services Act and the E-Privacy Act, and they also become these regulatory authorities that are now emerging in Europe dealing with these issues. The top left here, very important one. Training, of course, but ongoing training, capacity building within your own team, recruitment and retention. Again, retention is actually the biggest problem a lot of these units have, keeping the people they have, training them up. We all know the old story about the forensic examiner who gets trained, works for 2 years, and suddenly he's gone working for the bank. We all know these guys. That's fine. But if you are training them, recruiting them, and minding them, ensuring that they have what they need, that they are getting the support that they need, the material they need to do their investigations, the support that they need to do their investigations, the training that they need, and, as Yuri said, study visits. Send them to other countries to see how they're doing it there. Send them to training courses. Interpol, Europol, they have training courses on all the time. Chad talked about the international thingity-bob that the FBI has in the US. Moldova is a member of that. So important. And this is one of the reasons why, again, I argue it's not a cybercrime. Because when you have officers who are working in child crime, not going to a child conference in another country or a child seminar in another country because the cybercrime guy has the spot is a big mistake. Because that's where the learning is. That's where the exchanges happen. Generally, in the bar, after the seminar, is when most of the real value is added. Down here in the bottom, I have child protection and prevention. We all boast about having a child focus in our police forces and our police services. We boast about it. We come out with great documents like children first, or we're a child-focused, victim identification-focused organization. And then we don't put the effort in. Our PR section does all this talking, but then there's no action. You must be child-focused. If you're working in relation to child crime, you have to be child-focused. And if you are a cyber team that has 60 or 70% of its work in forensics being child exploitation cases, the temptation for the shortcut is the easiest thing of them all, because the prosecutor is on your back and he's saying, what do you mean you have a backup of 2 years, a backlog of 2 years? What do you mean you have a backlog of 2 years? If the crime is there, if he is guilty of possessing this material, just give us 100 images or 100 videos from his hard drive and that will do. Next case. But that's not very child-focused, is it? And most important also is, of course, the idea of child-sensitive interviewing, identification of victims, cooperation and collaboration with your child safety, with your child safety services, social services. And again, you're back again to NGOs, keeping your stakeholders happy, making sure that your NGOs are aware of the work you're doing and that you're above all else not causing more harm to the child if you have found them and removed them from harm. Social services, proper case conferences, child-sensitive interviewing, all of these are ultra important, and we have a lot to learn in this area. And finally, no unit is useful without a good policy person, somebody who is moving and advocating for the change to policy at government level, changes to law, advocating and pushing the prosecutor's office to have a law changed or to improve laws that already exist. And all of this is supposed to make sure that we move forward in a child-sensitive manner. And I have no more to say, but I'm welcome any questions. If anybody has a question.
A question for Mick? No. So
don't be afraid.
You can find him in the bar. So this concludes. Cu asta încheiem.
So this concludes our session, our panel number 3, and I believe that we have a coffee break, no? So thank you very much for very comprehensive information that you presented on a topic so important like combating sexual abuse and sharing international best practices. And obviously now we would like to find out what do the young people think about online safety. Moreover, that children and youth are the most vulnerable categories online. And to moderate the next panel, which is called Youth Perspective Regarding Online Safety, I would like to invite Mrs. Madalina Grosso, Youth Media Center representative. Thank you. Dear young people, courage. Microphone. Microphone. Nu-i. So, the title of our meeting is Youth Perspective Regarding Online Safety, Message to Authorities. I'm Madalina Grosso. I'm a communicator with the Youth Media Center and a trainer on topics related to media education. I would like to thank the International Center La Strada for this privilege to invite here young people to tell us about their experience, about their perspectives that they see, and most important, to address a message to the authorities with regard to safety of children online in the Republic of Moldova. It's not a secret for anyone that, in fact, in 2024, anyone or everyone has access to internet. The study on online experiences of children from the Republic of Moldova and the risks they are prone to, carried out by International Center La Strada in 2020, shows that only 1% of the children have no access to internet. Can you imagine? Just 1% of children of the age between 9 and 17 years have no access to internet, and a bit more than 60% can access internet anywhere and anytime. We are speaking about the way in which internet can become a safe place online with the young people from this panel. And here we have Andreea Coflanets, Marta Laurențiu, Mișcoi Gabriela, Florea Nicoleta, and Bogdan Vlada. So, as I said, internet became a very accessible place. So, according to the same study, 81% of the young people access internet anywhere and anytime. The most used platforms and social networks are Viber, Instagram, TikTok, Messenger, Facebook, WhatsApp. And I would like to find out from these young people if they feel safe online and what does it mean for them to feel safe online, I would like to invite you to use the mics and to remind you that anytime you have a question, you can intervene. The young people will feel invited to answer your questions. Please. So for me personally, to feel safe online means to be conscious of the fact that even if you have a password which seems to be safe or strong for you, you shall always be conscious of the fact that your personal information can get into wrong hands. And as you mentioned, very many people, or all the people, have access to internet nowadays. Hence, you have to be vigilant and conscious of the fact that this information can be processed and used against you, and thus undertake certain measures to get protected and to be sure of what you are making public on the social networks in order to avoid unpleasant or negative consequences that can emerge. Thank you. I would like to add, I believe that to feel safe online means to protect our data as well as the personal information online, which can be compromised because of the most spread dangers in social networks like cyber bullying, sexting, harassment, and many other dangers that we can have online. Moreover, now, considering the bigger dependence on technology and internet, that is why it is really important to undertake certain measures to get protected of everything that internet can provide. Thank you. I would like to add here that to feel safe online means when we are not exposed to some risks or problems that are present online. I believe that online safety comes from information or along with information. So as long as we are informed about what is happening online, and moreover, the more we understand everything that happens online, only then we are ready, and it's much easier to prevent this dangerous phenomenon for the young people and to combat them. Great. And one of you responded whether you feel safe online. Personally, I feel quite safe. I feel safe online. I feel safe online as long as I know exactly what is happening in this environment, as long as as I said, as long as I feel informed and I know and I'm conscious of the personal data that is okay to distribute or share and which is not okay. And when I understand what can happen next or what will be the next steps or the potential dangers, then I feel safe. So what do you think? Your peers, are they equally conscious and equally safe online? I personally believe that we need more information with regard to safety online. I believe that we would need more trainings. We would need, even at school, to talk much more about this, because getting or becoming a 12-year student, I understand that what I got in school about online environment is really nothing. Some young people are more informed, the others who have less access to opportunities and trainings are less informed. And then we have more dangers. Yes, personally, I also feel safe online because I'm trying to not make public my personal life online. But still my peers, I believe, for example, many adolescents at the moment are buying different goods or clothes online, and thus they automatically pass their personal data, including from their bank cards. And in this situation, I believe they are more exposed to dangers that can appear, and more frauds can be made by using their data. And hence, this is the key reason that determines the lack of safety online for some of our colleagues. Personally, I believe that I am not that safe online. Why and what do I mean? Is that I believe that everyone knows that children are making their homework not just with the help of manuals, but also with the help of internet. And what I'm referring here is that we use different sources of information that we find online. And on this website, it's not always the information safe. And in addition to this, the fact that we are logging there to find out this information because we know the policy of each site, there are certain details that we might miss, or maybe we are not informed about them. And at the same time, when I am in this network, spending time there reading, I get different notifications, log in to be able to continue. And then, whether I want it or not, I have to provide my personal data, which afterwards can be coded, and my information can get to anyone, in fact, that is responsible for the site, and afterwards this information can be used totally wrongfully. That is why I prefer to believe that I'm not totally safe due to different reasons that influence my personal life as well as my life as a school pupil. Tell me, what would make you feel safe? I believe that, first of all, the idea of authorized websites to have maybe also some campaigns in school telling us that, look, these websites are the ones that you can use, because I'm sure that many teachers know the idea that school pupils don't do their homework exclusively with manuals, and if there are certain sites that are not mentioned in these campaigns, to get kind of a notification by which we are pointed attention to the fact that this data is not totally safe or sure. And considering that the social media are not usually the safest, and people do not have the best intentions when getting these details about us, I believe that the best idea would be to create some sure, safe websites that could be promoted in school, and then for all the information that we need as school pupils to be available there. Thank you very much. And I would like to get back to the study that I made reference earlier. You know that children did declare that in the internet it's not good to speak to people they do not know in real life. And still they said that they do it. And some of them declared that they have even friends in the virtual world that they haven't seen ever in real life. Because we've discussed a bit about it, I would like to emphasize here what are the challenges that you face in the virtual world, or your peers. I would like us to list them to make it clearer to adults. What are those challenges? Yes, please. One of the challenges is the cyberbullying, or the fake news online, spreading different images or illegal content, or manipulation. I believe these are the most important ones, or the biggest challenges that we face online. Tell me, please, online, did you personally face any of this that you mentioned? Last year, I had to deal with cyberbullying in different games. I was not very good, and some people would mock me, but afterwards I didn't face these problems. Tell me, how did you manage to cope with it? How did you manage to get over this cyberbullying? First of all, I talked to my parents. I asked for their advice, and also talked to my friends who maybe were more experienced in this or better at that game. They helped me to become better. And personally, I also understood what methods I shall use to not become a victim of cyberbullying. Thank you. A problem that I faced was the idea that we know very well that bullying is a way of representation of school pupils, the age being covered from 8-9 years up to 25 even. And what I'm referring here is that bullying is present online, and in particular cyberbullying. And there have been made different accounts in the social network, like for example Instagram and TikTok, that every child is using, and different pictures are posted there, made by peers. They are posted in Instagram with different ugly comments, or some stickers are applied. So things which we didn't want to promote or do as school pupils in the institution. And then we come to the idea that it's not just those from your classroom laughing at you, but from the whole school. And this is very alarming. And then we get to the ideas when we have to address our parents. But first of all, when being in a public institution, the school pupil shall address the teacher and the teaching staff. And then we can go and say that, look, we have this problem, how can we address this? And the best idea, at least in our institution, is the idea that you shouldn't use phones during the lessons. So this is a method to helping us to eliminate these cases or to reduce their presence. And obviously no ideas about indecent pictures or account creation or some situations that we wouldn't like to have to keep ourselves, but and even less keep them in the social networks viewed by thousands of people. And the fact that we get far from internet, do you think it would help us or can help us? If we do not post any information, are we avoiding all the dangers? I'm not sure of this. What I'm referring here is the idea that these pictures are not posted by us, but by the others. And even if we eliminate all our social accounts and we don't use phones, people will anyway find different methods to get involved in mockeries with regard to other people, considering that that's very important. And social media is not the only thing that is dangerous. All these public sites also that exist in the country. You know, or if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I believe that this is illegal and you can address the police. No one has the right to ever post any pictures of yours without your consent. Okay, Andrea, please.
Let me add that when it comes to the challenges that we come across in the online environment, for us sometimes it is very difficult to make a difference between what is true and what is less true. Because, yes, the online environment reflects to a large extent the life that we live every day. At the same time, people post online just what they want to show online. And when you have this illusion that for many teenagers becomes a pressure that, well, others of my age have succeeded in 1, 2, or 3, but I'm still unsuccessful. Well, this pressure, the psychological pressure that appears and puts pressure on children, less or more on some. We must understand that not everything which is online is true. Not always what we see online reflects the reality. Someone talked about sexting. Give us some methods to fight it, to fight sexting. I think, first of all, we have to be responsible for the images we distribute, each of us. And then, if we are in this situation, we must make sure that we trust fully the person we send the image to make sure that the application that we use does not identify the location and is not tracking the location. We must make sure that we delete the image, even though, well, this doesn't help us too much because once the image or the material is on the internet, it doesn't disappear, never, actually, from the internet. But I think that what is key is to, first of all, to be cautious and responsible. And if there's a crime, sextortion or robbery, following this extortion phenomenon, we must go talk to the parents, to the psychologists, to the authorities, to police, and gather evidence, such as screenshots, voice messages, conversations, in order to be able to then seek justice. Anyone else wants to add? Sexting is very often in Moldova, unfortunately. And first of all, you shouldn't get into this situation because once the photo was sent, you cannot unsend it. You cannot get the time back because this is life. And we must be very cautious what we post, who we send to. But I would advise you to, first of all, not send anything, ever. Don't ever send that picture or that message. Private message, because it is not in your favor and it can endanger you, endanger your decisions, endanger your life. I think it is very simple to say not to send, all right? Because there are conscientious and there are youth which is not very conscientious. Can you tell us what can be done to protect young people who made this step, who sent an indecent picture and are risking? I think this youth must be informed there has to be some sort of digital education in schools whereby we can inform that, well, look, it's not fine, not okay to send these pictures, even though, yes, you trust that person, but at the end of the day, I think you can get a knife in the back. It's not good to trust people. Even the closest people may betray us or do something bad through such data or pictures. Once sent a picture, you cannot be unsended. That's why it's very hard to tell us how to protect young people who already did it. It would be better to inform them ahead of the time, to convince them not to get to these situations, because, of course, there are different people, better and worse, who can blackmail you with these pictures, who can actually end up everywhere on the internet. For us not to be able to look for measures on how to protect them, we must, first of all, inform them not to do it, regardless of how much trust would you have in that person. So you have to prevent and shouldn't fight. All right. Well, children are those subject to risks. 18% of children participants in the study. They faced unpleasant situations which made them feel bad, awkward, and every fourth child didn't talk about it. We're here to talk about it, and since you are at school a good part of the day, and you said that you want more formal and informal education on this topic, let us help those who are decision makers to understand how they can help you. What can the school do so that you're not alone facing this challenge online? First of all, in my school there is the online safety week. February means that we need to protect ourselves not just daily but online as well. What can I encourage teachers to do in our institution? First of all, organize specialized subject matters in school, digital education, for instance, and this doesn't just mean how to switch on the computer and how to enter Google and how to use Google. First of all, is to study the websites that we refer to. So when you see that link, if you think that link is safe, you have to have 3 W's that somehow make sure that this account has been verified and it's safe, and all of the information on it is safe. At the same time, you could have some seminars, trainings with specialized people who can explain better to us. Maybe the teachers don't have that information. It would be good to call on the specialized people in the field. And later, awareness campaigns. I mean, those brochures, leaflets. We even had the project on this team, gatherings, meetings where you can promote this information, because there's so much information and we only rely on the idea that, well, yes, I'm on this website, I can look at the information, I click on it, and the information actually ends up in very cold hands that you never know, maybe this information will be made public. And I think that the awareness campaigns would be the most appropriate for children. Together, we need to talk. We need to talk amongst ourselves, involve children in long-term projects, not just that this is the month of bullying. And I think it would be very important to have long-term programs and include children and have discussions between schools, high schools, and then the voice of children will be twice as forceful as it is now. Thank you. Let me hear other opinions. What can the school do to help you tackle these challenges, online challenges? I think educational media, which is an optional subject matter, should be a subject matter which should be mandatory, or at least it should be integrated in other subject matters, such as personal development or education for society. These topics are important for all of us. These topics, they inform us and they give us all the knowledge that we need in order to feel safe online. At the same time, I think it's very important to have non-formal education. I mean, everything outside the school. Being a volunteer in the Media Center for Youth, I've seen tools for non-formal education. I'm talking about media education, and I think that me as a child, as a pupil, I say that this information is much more accessible for youth and even for children. Media quiz, for instance, is a media education game where youth test their media education knowledge, and at the same time they learn and they get other new knowledge regarding media education. And I think that this is a very, very good exercise because, specifically in the remote localities from the center of the country where youth have less opportunities, less chances. Because to get involved in these trainings, they have to travel to the neighboring village or further. I think it's very important to invest in such programs and to do these trainings, organize such trainings so that everybody has access and everybody feel informed and people to feel safe online. Another tool which I liked a lot at the Youth Media Center, this is the Home Alone Media Education series, which explains simply complex phenomena which happen online, and how it was mentioned previously, when you fully understand the phenomenon which happens, we are ready to fight them. We know how to act, we know how to protect. It's very important for the authorities to intervene and to have more and more education and awareness. Thank you. This phenomenon is called digital literacy, and we all try and bring it to schools and make it accessible to young people. More opinions, and I remind you, if you have any questions to the young people, please go ahead. Our school focuses a lot on protection, online protection. I mean, there's dedicated time in our curricula where teachers talk to us about this, what we need to do in order to protect us online and to feel safe. But I think in remote villages or in villages where young people have access to internet, I think there's not so much focus on what you need to do to protect yourself and to be safe. So I think there you could have more subject matters and who are more specialized in this area, and so that you can be safe, authenticate yourself safely, log in safely. Maybe there in the villages they could organize more awareness for people, for young people to feel more informed, for them to have more ideas and avoid the negative consequences. Yeah, since we're getting to the close, and I'll ask you for a message to the authorities. So my question is, do you think that teachers are qualified enough to help you and provide you information regarding digital education? Well, if you know teachers who know this subject matter. From my experience, we have a big deficit of teachers. And those who are, they're not fully prepared to teach digital education because, well, a lot of teachers, a lot of professors are quite advanced in age. I think we need to organize such, seminars with specialists, the professionals who know how this phenomenon is developing, and we need to have more trained teachers so that you could have this digital literacy among teachers so that they can later on teach us. Well, to your question, I don't think that currently all the teachers are prepared and well trained in order to run this kind of seminars on media education. The degree of training of teachers in the online, I think, is quite low. And I don't want to say anything against the teachers that they are obliged to do it. Well, no, online world is new. There is some time since we use phones and internet, but there are many, many rules which haven't been mentioned so far when it comes to teachers. And as it was mentioned, I think we can actually call on the professionals, but also teachers, because this information is not just us children, but this is for all the people who are in this country, because there are many cases of cyberbullying against teachers. It's very important for the teachers to know this information as well. I think there should be more programs whereby you train teachers. Really, all it depends on their wish, because teachers are very loaded, and teachers they are decreasing in number. It means that the teachers who taught for 30, 40 years are still in the school. Well, they're very loaded with work, and then this whole new information for them, could be a problem, but it depends a lot on their schedule. So you could strike a balance to have 2 or 3 or 4 teachers, depending on how many of them are in the school, who can be specialized on this information and actually have some special time, not just formal matters, but actually give them time to teach this. And then, online changes every day, so I think that every day we can learn something new. It doesn't depend on the age, it depends on our wish as a Moldovan citizen. Yes, I think that your needs of the children and children are quite a priority when it comes to the schedule of the teachers. So I'd like to remind you that we live in a society, and the youth who benefit from digital education, they can, and they are asked to go home and talk to their parents, to their grandparents. And once youth learn, it's the elderly who learn as well. So don't be afraid to ask, to demand education, digital education. All right? That's it. All right. Okay. Since I told you that our purpose is to focus the attention on this topic, I'd like to hear from each of you a message to the authorities. I mean, what would you ask the adults to do? What do you need? So that they understand that together we can build a better online environment. First of all, every fourth pupil from Moldova is a victim of bullying, and they can even be witness to this. And through this bullying, I don't just mean real-life bullying, but also talk about cyberbullying. And this cyberbullying, it is seen more as a joke, not as an offense. So I encourage the authorities to change the laws. What I'm talking about here, you have to have certain laws which convict which criminalize this awful behavior against children and adults. You should change the law in such a way that cyberbullying is an offense. We need to do it so that the perpetrators fear the law. So you don't have to be afraid of the idea that, well, if you kill someone, then we are in a penitentiary and our life is over. But, well, the cyberbullying, that comment on the social networks must be viewed as something that destroys the image of the person. So if we were to change laws, if we introduce new rules, because the world changes every day, and in this way the law must be the same. So think in this way, we can see cyberbullying and this whole horrible behavior as a crime. Well, that should be condemned and criminalized and punishable in a court of law. It depends on the behavior and the age of the person. I have a message as well to the authorities, and namely to put a minimum age to access contents on the internet, not just the contents, but certain websites which are not appropriate to certain children. Because now there are many children who are having access to the internet. They can enter certain websites which are not necessarily friendly. Maybe sports, gambling, porn sites, and while growing, they see this information and they cannot perceive it as they should, since they are so small in age. So I think we have to have a certain law which should block these websites for children who are of a minimum age. We need to have parents' involvement because they're a key factor in this process. They should monitor children. They should look at the history of their telephones because they have to be responsible for themselves and for their children. The fines must be applied if one cannot verify what the child is looking over the internet. So it's very important to implement such laws in order to make sure that the child is safe online. You want to live in an utopia where everything is controlled and verified? Yes, of course. Everybody would. Everyone would. I don't know if they would. I don't know if they would. I don't know. The freedom ends and censorship begins in this case. Our message, well, my message would be that I think it would be good to have an institution or an organization which should monitor everything that happens online, to have a regulated internet, to have harsher punishments for disinformation, fake news, and other type of disinformation. I think, as it was mentioned before, we should invest in digital literacy, and I think it's high time now to put a stress on education, because an informed, educated person is a person who is always safe. Even if the online environment, online space, internet is risky, dangerous, with lots of traps and dangers, as long as we are informed, as long as we are aware of what is happening there, the danger is minimum. So my message would be to invest in education and to put a lot of emphasis on this. Thank you. All right. My message is to put an emphasis on educating children when it comes to the online in schools, to have more subject matters whereby they should be informed, and to invest in trainings for teachers, because, as it was mentioned before, a lot of teachers have reached a certain age and they are not as specialized as one would require to. So we need to have awareness campaigns for them and even of the young generation, because many things are taught from a young age when we can absorb more information, and to send all this knowledge to parents, to grandparents, and to other people who are near us, so that we can avoid all the effects which can appear as a result of our data being exposed online. My message is to focus more on online education from school, and in the future our children should be more informed and more protected. I come with a general message to teachers, parents and authorities. As it was said, safety online is a crucial priority, so we call on parents to keep talking, being open to their children with the help of parents and teachers. Pupils will understand what safety online is, and the authorities are responsible to implement the laws, cooperation with various online platforms. And through sustained efforts, we can ensure a safe online environment for each of us. Thank you. All right, do you have any questions? And whether you can ask them to the young people. Yeah, there is one question. I think you need a mic.
Isn't that right? I'm just wondering, we spend millions and millions of lei every year teaching you in schools and talking to you and telling you how it's dangerous to post your photos and it's not good to cyberbully and everything else. Do you speak about this among yourselves? Do you talk about it yourselves? Do you call out people when you see them? Do you tell them, hey, this is cyberbullying? where you say, hey, Ludmila, don't be stupid posting this photo. Do you speak like this to your friends?
Dacă aveți nevoie să vorbiți cuvânt despre subiecte de educație.
Do you speak among yourselves about this? Do you talk among yourselves? Do you call on people? Well, from my experience, my personal experience, I talk to my colleagues and to my peers, to my friends about everything that happens online and how it should be proper for us to act in different situations. And I think it is important for all of us to do it and all of us to talk, communicate about what we see, about the phenomena that is happening around us, about the awkward situations in which we are, so that we can learn one from each other and to learn from the mistakes, from the experience of other people, thus having a more safe environment. So I'm sure that actually it's a good idea to have a hype over this, on this, and to bring these topics on the top of the agenda so that people don't bullshit about all kind of stupid things over the internet, but what is okay and what is not okay to post online. Other experience about it? Well, I would like to mention that, well, yes, look, discussions like, well, cyberbullying and be careful what you do, this is a discussion which is, somehow raises questions, because you end up in situations that, well, who the hell you think that you are? Why are you so serious about it? Everything is a joke. And then you end up in situations when you talk about cyberbullying as if this is just, just a joke, and then like people who are commenting on the various things, or they are posting, and then you don't want to make them public. And if it is to answer to the gentleman's question, well, look, these discussions are happening amongst pupils. Because in the past, if you talked about safety online, people would just say, well, are you really afraid to be on the phone? Are you afraid to put that photo? Well, no. Now these discussions should be at a very serious level. And here I mean that cyberbullying and everything that comes with it, sexting and what have you. I'm impressed how children of 13, 12 years old are ending up in this situation. Let's say, look, due to this event, I'm going to go to my school tomorrow and tell them about the event and tell them what we talked about here. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, let's make it cool and a hype to talk about safety online, all right? Let's make it cool, this discussion. One more question. Get ready for the question. You said, get ready. I thought this, okay. Look, thank you so very much for being here. And those who are online look at you, probably look at you as very prepared, very trained, very secure. But I'd like the message to go to your peers. You came with a message to the authorities. What can you tell your peers, the young children, the youth? What they should do if they had an unpleasant situation, cyberbullying or sexting, anything. What can they do? How they can overcome these difficult moments? Where should they go to? Who should they talk to? You should be the voice of your peers, not us adults, but you should be the voice to your peers. All right. Each of you, look at the camera, your life. Okay, talk to your peers, talk to the children who are looking at this life. Not only we'll put it down, and then there'll be word of mouth. What should kids do to feel safe online, to be safe online? Dear child who looks at this life, first of all, don't be afraid. Talk to your mom and dad, because in this inside of you, and don't develop, don't let it affect you and press upon you. So go to mom and dad, and if you are in a situation when mom and dad are not that informed, go to school, go to your teacher, talk to your teacher, because they'll always give you help. And if this is their problem. Don't be afraid. The closer you are to the people who wish you well, the happier, the merrier will you be. All right. There are some tips. Dear child who looks at us now, if you look at us now, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, as my colleague said, because, well, this happens to many, many children, to many teens. Maybe, look, talk about it. Talk how you feel. Tell people how you feel, so that those close to you help you get over this. So, as it was told by my colleague, go to your parents, talk to your teachers. Even if you cannot talk to them, talk to a friend, because their empathy matters, and they will always help you, and their advice will for sure help you get over this. Talk to the parents, teachers, friends. Who else can we talk to? Authorities. If the case is very serious, if parents or teachers cannot help you with solving this case, talk to the authorities. Those who have a bigger power, and they can track down that individual who offended you or made harm. I think it's important to talk to the psychologist from the school, because to a large extent, all that affects us online affects us psychologically. And then it's important to talk to someone who is there to help us, who can help us solve the question, the issue, help us feel better, can give us a tip and advice, and thus you will learn from what happened to you.
Yes, it is important to remember, and for all us to remember that we are not alone, and in the situation in which we are at the moment, others did have been in the situation before, and it's okay to talk about it. Any other questions or comments, suggestions, please? Then I have nothing else to say than to wish you a nice evening and energy for tomorrow. Thank you very much for being with us up until this time, and for having the patience to listen to these young people, and to thank them very much for the courage to speak openly about the problem faced by them and their peers. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for your opinions and messages to the authorities. I've seen the State Secretary did make notes, so your messages go to the destination. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first day of the International Forum of Child Online Safety is over. So thank you very much. Staying to the end of this event. Tomorrow we'll have a full day of information relevant on this topic of online safety of children. We will speak about national priorities in the context of European integration agenda and about digital education. We'll hear about the priorities of the authorities in Chisinau with regard to the prevention and combat of sexual abuse and exploitation. I'm Elena Curgaru, and it was an honor for me to be here today with you. See you tomorrow starting from 9:30. And since you didn't have a coffee break now, you can have it now.